All right, Mr. Short, I got your motion limine. Is that something we don't anticipate that coming in today, right? You're just getting a jump on things,
Well,
which I applaud.
well, thank you. The it may come up in my cross of Mr. Copeland.
Okay. And it hasn't already been admitted, right?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. And we discussed it a little bit before.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tried to argue 403 about it, and Your Honor did not agree with me. And so I know it's coming in.
Right.
The issue is
That date.
we're assuming that date, and that date, it says that date on the printout, but
Which is not anything like what it looked in the original, right? That looks like it's just added on there.
I
Let's
don't.
find out.
I'd be speculating.
Okay. Ms. Hylton.
When I looked at Mr. Sharp's motion, I might have missed it. I didn't see the January.
So there's the picture or the post is attached, and there's this kind of weird little thing floating over the post on the right border. Yes.
If I could clarify, my issue is everyone's been telling me that was posted on January 10th, 2015. The state has been operating on the assumption that that is a fact, and I don't.
It hasn't been established.
Yeah, I don't understand how this
Okay.
has been established as
All
a
right,
fact.
we'll hear from Ms. Hylton. You want to just look at my copy? Okay.
We're double checking, but my understanding is Darius Zachary, I believe in this picture, and that the picture, what the picture was taken and posted on January 10th.
It's not. Issue is when the,
There. So if it's to come out, there's an explanation for the January 10th.
okay, so couple of different things. Did the post ever look like this rendition or do you have what you intend to submit? Let's start there.
Your Honor, at this time, we didn't intend to submit this picture into evidence. So
Okay, and what you intend to submit will have this little January 10th box hovering?
Your Honor, we don't even know if we're planning on introducing this picture. So that's why I think he's doing it precautionary, but this is not any.
Okay.
Hold on.
Well, then I guess, Mr. Shart, you can use the post without the January 10th hovering over it. If you want to use it.
My cards face up on the table. It is, I may want to introduce it, but not if it's going to be otherwise inadmissible. And so
Okay.
I just don't, we've been proceeding like it's a fact that this is taken on January 10th. How do we know that?
So with or without the
Or I'm sorry, not taken, the posted.
posted, what's your basis for asserting that it is posted on January 10th?
I don't know when we've asserted that in trial. This is a picture that we served. It has the January 10th date on it. I don't believe I have ever communicated that we believe or disbelieve that this was taken on January 10th. I think our understanding, and I'm just confirming, is that we believe the picture itself was taken prior to the 10th, but it might have been posted.
I understand.
But whether or not it was on January 10th or know if this is a picture that we were going to enter. So it's the voluminous amount of information. I don't know if this is a picture.
Right, because y'all haven't exactly organized your case yet. All right, Mr. Sharp, they don't know whether they're going to use it or not. And they don't seem to, it would not at this point be admissible, but I can't tell you if it might be admissible at some other point when they get their case organized.
You're right, it's not about the case not being organized, it's about whether or not we were using this particular piece of evidence. Like there, we have a multiple of social media.
Right, well, you
pictures, so-
don't know whether you're using it and you don't know whether it is relevant. So, because you don't know when it was posted or why you think January 10th is on there. So we just don't know. So,
Your Honor, in the previous motion, the state asserted it was posted a couple hours after the killing of Donovan Thomas. So if that is not the case and they cannot assert that, I would ask that this post be deemed inadmissible because it has no relevance and
I'm not going to deem it inadmissible because maybe at some point during their case, they'll come up with why they think that. Do you know what motion it was in? Maybe that'll help Ms. Hylton get to the source of.
it was argued in front of you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what brought it
Maybe
up.
it was Ms. Love. I don't know. Maybe you need to speak with co-counsel.
Yes, I'm trying to, I believe we were going through the proposed exhibits upcoming and I brought that up, but
Yeah, you brought it up. I don't think we have gone through much social media yet. So I think you brought it up and they said, but I don't remember who the they was over there at the time.
I don't believe it was me, Your Honor, 'cause
Okay, well, maybe check with Miss Love. But I think it's going to be several hours, if even today, before there's any cross-examination anyway. So maybe we'll know the answer by the time we get to the cross-examination portion of the case. Also, that reminds me that with regard to cross-examination, I know, Mr. Steele, you had at one point suggested an interest in cross-examining Mr. Copeland as to everything that went on during the ex parte. And some of that is no longer relevant. So anything, I mean, if you want to cross about things that the state said to him or that he said to the state, that's fine. But we have, I think, both circumvented and the whole coercion issue, and he has now been properly and correctly advised by this court and had the advice and counsel of 3 different attorneys that I know of. So that should no longer be an issue. And so that should no longer be relevant. So I would not permit examination or testimony about that. All right.
Well, of course it's okay because you are the honorable court. But I will make an attorney proffer
Okay.
because if you'll accept it, otherwise I could do it with Mr. Copeland. But I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Mr. Copeland on the 7th of June 2024 stated, and in my way I understand the law, he doesn't have a 5th Amendment, but he refused to testify. And he
Correct.
and he used the 5th Amendment
Mhm.
as whatever, his statement. He made it clear to me as a reader of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting that he was not going to testify. He said in court, outside the presence of the jury, that he was pressured. Please check the record with Ms. Winfrey. If he didn't use that word, he used a similar word.
Mhm.
He would never have testified except for that ex parte meeting where Judge Glanville pressured him as well as Ms. Hylton. So I believe that it does go to his state of mind while he started to testify. Your honorable court correctly, in my understanding of the law, told him what is his options. and how long he's looking in custody, and told him, I believe the decision's his. The legal decision, though, will trigger you to have to exercise your discretion and hold him in contempt. So I believe that the jury gets to determine that information. In addition to that, Judge Glanville was with us since January 4th of 2023. This jury is all selected from the very first panel. To me, he was biased in front of the jury. I understand what you said, that, no statement, I appreciate what you said. No statement made by the former court disparaging of lawyers should be considered, or whatever the words were. But there's also going to be a jury instruction that nothing that the court says is intimated an opinion. And I disagree in this case with that instruction. I'm going to object to that instruction. And I need the jurors to understand that Judge Glanville, I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I am excluding this honorable court. But Judge Glanville pressured him. And I will argue to the jury that Judge Glanville was biased. And that is admissible because it all happened in front of the jury. And from just Judge Glanville's demeanor, and I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. In fact, I like Judge Glanville, but I don't know what happened in this case, but I like him before this case. But the way he conducted himself to people in this courtroom, I've never really seen a judge do. So I want to ask Mr. Copeland, it is very important to me to explain that he was taken against his desire into Judge Glanville's chambers, that he was with Judge Glanville, Miss Hylton, his lawyer. I'll make it all perfect. If I don't, you could admonish me and the state can correct me, but I'm not here to snowball anybody. But to say that I can exclude statements of Judge Glanville and, most importantly, the conscious or subconsciousness of this witness, because I believe, and I've not spoken with him, Your Honor. I've not spoken with his lawyer about it, but I believe that Mr. Copeland will truthfully say that he believed that Judge Glanville and the state of Georgia are one. And that comes out when Judge Glanville specifically says, and I don't remember the transcript page right now, but it's something to the effect of, we need your testimony. There's no we. Nobody needs anybody's testimony. If he didn't want to testify, I've had witnesses tell me, I'm not testifying. We subpoena them and come to court. They're held in contempt. There's nothing that the judge can do because the judge can't give immunity, so they can't compel the person to do it. So the person invokes their Fifth Amendment and they just leave. That is unfortunate, but that's a reality. There is no we. So with all that being said, I'm making an attorney proffer that if you prevent me from doing that, and Judge Glanville prevented me already, I'm just telling you, he prevented me from cross-examining Agent Racy. He's an FBI agent on misstatements made by the prosecution, knowing misstatements, knowing the prosecution, it was Ms. Hylton, knew that a gentleman who's the same last name as a court reporter entered an invalid, coerced guilty plea. Judge Glanville stopped me again from getting into the truth of that matter. It's never been corrected. The point I'm trying to make to you is that all came out in front of the jury. So yes, I am going to intend to do, I will follow your rule, obviously, but I intend to cross-examine Mr. Copeland, not only what was said by Ms. Hylton, but what was said by Judge Glanville. I will be respectful. I'm not here to, throw some odd names about Judge Glanville. I will just be very specific. And then if he doesn't answer my questions, I'm stuck with his answer of, I don't recall, or whatever has been going on in this courtroom. But I don't believe that you should limit the cross-examination. I didn't do that. All that to me, that was very hurtful to me. And I don't mean hurtful. I mean, it was offensive to our law. That's how I took that. And I know what you said about it. I know what Judge Krause said about it. I look at it totally differently. I've never had a judge do that. I've done a lot of appeals. I know you've done a lot. I've never read a judge doing that. I've never seen a prosecutor do that. So I think that the jurors are entitled to know, and I think Mr. Williams, because he's the one who, God forbid, gets sentenced if I lose. I think they are entitled to know what caused Mr. Copeland from the 7th to be locked up. The jurors saw that. They saw that. He was testifying. He answered maybe 3 questions, maybe 5. He said, I'm not testifying. He invoked his 5th. The jurors were sent out and he was gone. Jurors come out and they're dismissed. He's just not there. We're on a long delay. I think that it is not irrelevant to this matter. I think it is more than relevant. I think it's probative. And this is the actual treatment by the former court and the current district attorneys of this case.
Okay, I understand your argument, and I am not making my ruling in any sort of an effort to protect Judge Glanville. I do not believe it is relevant to the issues for this jury to determine. With regard to whether Mr. Copeland's testimony between the 7th and the 10th was, I'm sorry, between the 10th and the 12th, was impacted by the ex parte on the 10th. I asked everybody, do we want to do the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony over? And everybody said, no, we want what got testified to between the 7th and the 12th at 3 p.m. So y'all had the opportunity to have it all done over and you chose not to do that. You can ask him about the immunity and whether he'd be testifying without being ordered to. That's fine. But beyond that, the ins and outs of what happened in the ex parte with regard to whether there was a biased judge or not are, in this court's legal opinion, not relevant to these issues. And honestly, even the we need your testimony, Judge Glanville had made a determination that Mr. Copeland's testimony and compelling that testimony by an immunity grant was in the public's interest. And so the we there is Judge Glanville, or can very easily be understood to be Judge Glanville saying we the public and not we, me, and the state. So I appreciate your proffer, but my ruling stands.
Can I just add to that then?
Sure.
So it's in the eyes, the mind, and the ears of Mr. Copeland, not a reader who can say, well, that's the public. In addition, Judge Glanville said to Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination, you are going to get tremendous cross-examination. And they know you better than we do. So they know what you did. The they, I would ask Mr. Copeland, is referring to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Huey. And that presumes guilt, because Mr. Williams does not know the reality that Mr. Copeland has done all this other things, like pull a gun on Mr. Watts that he admitted today, shot into a barber shop that he admitted to on the stand. These are outrageous conducts. For Judge Glanville to make that statement, yes, the jurors should hear about it and the effect of Mr. Copeland. And you are respectfully taking away the opportunity that we are all given. Judge Glanville did this to a witness that's currently testifying. And if you don't realize this, because this is, I think your first witness, this is a big witness. He has been spoken about the entire case. I opened on him. I said that Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. To remove this, I believe, is going to be under the analysis of, has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's a constitutional violation. So I'd ask you to listen to the remainder of the June 10th, 2015 statement, because he's going to talk about, he already has, and if you can't understand it, the transcript seems to be, in my opinion, fairly accurate, where he talks about Mr. Williams. And If he didn't testify, none of this comes in. I think the jury gets to know that and why he testified. And it was because Judge Glanville held hands with Ms. Unlove and Ms. Hylton, and they coerced this man to testify, pressured this man to testify, whatever his words would be. So I ask you to just, I understand your ruling. I'm going to follow your ruling. I hope I made a good attorney proffer on cross, but those are the topics I would go in. I would not go into, and he also was, by the way, I have, based upon information, belief, he wasn't fed and did not drink from Friday when he was held in custody until Monday when he's in that star chamber. So I think that that goes to his frame of mind as well. So, and when I say he, I'm talking about Mr. Copeland. And he was put into a jail in DeKalb County where the system was down, at least that's what he was told. He couldn't contact a family member. So I think that all that adding up to make his determination that, yes, I think that it's a corrupt system and the judge and the DA were going to hold me for not only this trial, but who knows how long 26 people can dispose of their case.
All right, well, that part we definitely dealt with. If he was not given, or you have reason to believe he was not given food or drink between Friday and Monday, that's something that certainly should have been raised in the coercion motions that several of you filed, because that might have impacted between the 10th and the 12th. But again, you all decided you wanted the testimony between the 10th and the 12th. And that was a strategic decision on your part because you believed that there were beneficial things that he said during that testimony. I think that advice that these defendants, through their attorneys, would vigorously cross-examine Mr. Copeland is correct and accurate advice, and that these defendants know him better than the state's attorneys know him or anybody else is not inaccurate as well. If you would like to, understanding the parameters of my ruling, provide some questions should appropriately be asked. I'm happy to consider those. And it may be that there are, I mean, you can absolutely, again, ask him about the immunity grant and the, you know, even right now, whether he is only doing this because it's avoiding jail for him. That's fine. You could explore that completely. All right.
You know, you say it to Mr. Short all the time, and I always tell him, don't say okay, because it's like you're
Well,
waving it. So no, it's not.
By which I mean, all right, do you understand?
I
Not all
understand.
right, do you accept my ruling? Because I know you will abide by it, but you
Yes.
do not agree with the correctness of it.
Yes. And then the
Okay.
last thing I'd like to say, if I may.
Yeah.
When the Honorable Court said I didn't take up the opportunity to strike the entire testimony from the June 10th to the 12th, that's the law. The law is until that motion is filed of recusal. So I'm following the law, and there were beneficial points. I mean, you just read the transcript where he testified under pressure or not, but that is in the case. So I believe that I have a right to ask him about, those days before you took over, before you gave him the proper admonitions and the correct law. So that's
Okay.
all.
Thank you. So that the record is clear, I am suggesting that obviously the law with regard to the timing once a recusal motion has been granted, what you have to undo. Yes. What I'm saying is if you believed that there was coercion starting at some point earlier than that, based on a lack of food and drink or any kind of treatment like that, then that could have been brought up and y'all chose not to bring that up or not to make that argument. And you all could have agreed to redo the entirety of the testimony, or you could have asked to redo the entirety of the testimony on the basis of it having been coerced, and I would have considered that.
Well, at the time, I was following the court's order, which I didn't think I even needed an order, but then I could cross-examine Mr. Copeland on everything that happened on the ex parte meeting. And that's when I made my ruling, or not ruling, sorry. That's when I said, I don't want it out. In addition to that, I didn't want it out because I want to cross-examine him on why he did it. I think that it goes to the jurors. The jurors are entitled to know who the prosecutors are and who their interest in the case and their motivation on how they are prosecuting this case. So.
Okay, I don't think that any order that I issued led you to believe that you would be able to, well, it may have led you to believe, but I don't think it should have reasonably led you to believe that you would be able to explore anything about what Judge Glanville said or did during that ex parte.
I think that it was clear to me, whether you said it or not, the way I understand the rules, that that's a part of this case, that's a part of this witness, and that it comes out on cross or direct examination. The prosecutors can sit here and say, now, maybe they're going to do it. I have no reason to believe that they are or not. But Mr. Copeland, we had a misunderstanding on June 10th, and we had a meeting with the judge, and your lawyer was there the whole time. They could do all that as well. But I don't see handcuffing Mr. Williams' lawyer on cross-examination when it is a reality case. Just like Mr. Copeland went out and spoke on a jail call and made statements about things. That's his state of mind at the time. It may be relevant. I think it's relevant here.
All right,
I think it's relevant that Judge Glanville did this and Miss Hylton did this.
You can ask about anything Ms. Hylton did.
No, I understand you did not limit that, but you're limiting the way I heard you today. I have to almost excise Judge Glanville, and that's what I'm objecting.
All right. Yes, sir.
Just so I'm clear with what the court just ruled, we can ask about things that Ms. Hylton said to Mr. Copeland during that ex parte meeting. We just can't label an ex parte. This is what I'm concerned with. There's a lot of confusion and I think misunderstanding of this immunity. I understand the order that was granting him use and derivative use immunity. However, Ms. Hylton articulated to Mr. Copeland in chambers much more than that. For instance, my understanding of law, and Your Honor, I know that you've dealt with these issues more than me, the statute of limitations is not what we normally think it to be. It's not from the date of the offense. It's told if there's no evidence of who committed the offense.
Mhm.
That's one, the perpetrator has to be known. So Ms. Hylton said, for instance, we'll use the barbershop shooting. Ms. Hylton said, oh, all this stuff is older than 4 years, so you can never be prosecuted.
That's not relevant either, because it is not the fact that the statute of limitations prevents the state from prosecuting him for something he wants to get on the stand and confess to. It is the grant of immunity that prevents that. So regardless of the correctness or incorrectness of statute of limitations comments, they cannot use anything he gets on the stand and confesses to because they granted him immunity, or the court has granted him immunity.
But in my mind, here's the difference. The state has made a deal with the, quote unquote, I'm not calling the man the devil, but that's the saying. And there's a difference between them saying, oh, we're giving you use and derivative use immunity versus them saying, we will absolutely not prosecute you. They have basically, I don't know if they checked with Rich Homie Kwan's father, but they've basically given this man carte blanche to never be prosecuted for anything he says. And if I was representing Kenneth Copeland later on and they indicted him for something like this, I would say, y'all must be crazy. Y'all got in the back room and told this man, you guys are never prosecuting him. So they've done more than giving him use immunity. They've given him blanket immunity for everything. And that, to me, is fertile ground for impeachment and cross-examination. And that I think the jury needs to know they want Jeffrey Williams, they want Shannon Stillwell, they want these people so bad that they gave Mr. Copeland just full reign to run around Atlanta, do all these things. And as long as you get up on the stand, we're never going to prosecute you. And I think that's relevant.
Okay, well, they didn't give him full reign to go do things he hasn't done yet. So, I mean, let's not get too far afield with this.
Well,
You may explore any kind of interest he might have in testifying in a way that might be beneficial to the state, although I don't think that's happened anyway. Because you could explore bias. You're entitled to do that. But we're not getting, this is not a trial about how the state handled Mr. Copeland or how Judge Glanville handled Mr. Copeland. This is a trial about whether these defendants, whether the state can prove that these defendants committed the acts that they allege them to have committed. And if you want, again, you also, all of you all are welcome if you want to give me a list of questions that or that you believe should be able to be asked. I can look at them.
very well, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
I just want to raise something
Sure.
while you hopefully reconsider. And this was mostly, well, no, well, the prosecutors. I think Mr. Atkins, I was going to exclude him, but I think he did it too. They asked witnesses, well, you're testifying this way. Have you ever had to testify before in front of Mr. Williams? When you were giving your statement, was Mr. Williams? It's just, and they say, no, I haven't testified at all, but I don't remember, or I told you something wrong, or I didn't say that to you. I want to do now and show what the state is doing to witnesses. And I'm telling you, Your Honor, when Mr. Zachary comes, and I brought this up earlier in a pretrial meeting, my understanding is that Ms. Love had him served, he being Mr. Zachary, served with a subpoena.
Okay.
It's a trial subpoena from what I was told. Ricky Richardson was his lawyer at that time. Ms. Love ordered Mr. Zachary the day before to drive from Augusta, Georgia, miss his job, to her office because she said, if he doesn't come, Judge Glanville will lock him up. There was no trial going on. This in 2023, we were doing jury selection. I heard about that, so I raised it to Judge Glanville. This is abuse of power. You don't order somebody to come to your office with the hammer of the judge going to lock you up. Judge Glanville said, put on your evidence. He gave me an opportunity. Everybody said they didn't want to testify, so I didn't call anybody. Ricky Richards, I didn't call anybody, so I forfeited the motion. But my point is to say that, somehow there's witness intimidation from Mr. Williams et al. I want to show what's really going on, and that ex parte meeting helps illustrate it. I will also ask Mr. Zachary, because I'm confident he'll know. It was not attorney-client privilege because it didn't just come from Mr. Richardson. He told me, you can also speak with Mr. Zachary with Mr. Richardson, and he'll tell you the same. That's all we spoke about, coming to court. And he did come to the courthouse. I'm told that his father met him there too. This could be wrong because I'm not there. And then his father said, the law, there's no trial going on. My son's leaving. So that's what, there was no conversation.
Okay.
But my point is, this is not an isolated incident, and I'd like you to just allow the truth to flow. I'm not going to hurt Judge Glanville. I'm just going to state what was said. That's it. And it's really the impact, like you said, on Mr. Copeland.
All right, thank you. Sure. Do you want to wait and see what Mr. Weinstein has to say first?
Okay. Briefly, Your Honor. The discussion this morning came up about Mr. Copeland food and water in at Rice Street, as well as conditions, other issues that happened at Rice Street between June 7th and June 10th. I may have misunderstood you. Attorneys filed motions regarding the courses. Perhaps this is something that we should have brought up.
But I'm not sure it did happen. He, for some reason, he thinks it may have happened.
Okay.
He Mr. Steele,
So,
but okay.
So I did not learn of this possibly happening then, let's put it that way, until I saw Mr. Copeland on social media this week. So this isn't something that I could have brought up regarding Judge Glanville and the coercion that took place. So if we do get further facts of that, I would like to bring that up with the court again, because it sounds like that could have influenced your decision on the coercion. Perhaps not, but I would like to bring it up in the future.
All right, thank you. Mr. Engelberger.
Yes, Judge. I'm a little late to the party, obviously. When we're talking about privileged communications, I understand there may have been a hearing about what was said to or discussed between him and his other lawyer, but as it relates to any communications between my client and I as of August 13th of 2024, obviously, I would assume this court understands those would be off the table in cross-examination.
All right, as far as I know, there haven't been any hearings about anything that was communicated just between Mr. Copeland and either Ms. Bumpus or Mr. Melnick. There was a hearing about things that might have been said with Ms. Hylton present with Mr. Copeland and Ms. Bumpus. Okay. Yeah, certainly. I understand privilege. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
There's two very quick things that I just wanted to address. One, and normally I'd ask that the camera be turned off for this, but I think I was wrong yesterday about the statement about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. I don't believe that came up yesterday in the statement. And I've looked at the rest of the statement. I don't believe that topic comes up. So I know Your Honor asked me to send an email, and I'm just reporting back to the court on that.
All right.
And also, I just have a question. In the state's transcript with the redactions, there's some that are in red, some that they're in different colors. And I'm just asking, as we review along, what the significance of the different colors are, so we can check to make sure
Okay.
everyone's on the same.
That I put in different colors because I had a question about anything that's in yellow and red. That was occurred in court, those will be excluded.
Okay.
The only one that is in blue that I actually was going to bring up this morning, Your Honor, is page 202, line 14 through 20. We had previously discussed 14 to 20 when we first talked about redactions, I guess 2 weeks ago. This is the line in which Mr. Copeland says that he's aware that Shannon carries guns and carries it on him, and if you stop him,
Right.
he'll know that he has a gun. And I think at that point in time, Mr. Sharp brought up his objection based upon what we argued yesterday. And so the state wanted to know we were permitted to now play that part given what occurred yesterday, given your order or ruling yesterday.
Okay, so are you asking what is my ruling about that, or what are you asking?
Basically, we intend to play it, and we just want to make
Yeah.
sure that that's fine. Based upon your ruling yesterday, we intend to play that section, but that was one of the sections that we had a question on 2 weeks ago. We didn't address it
Yeah,
yesterday.
okay, all right, so that blue has been taken care of, and you do intend to play that
Yes, Your Honor.
based on my rule, okay.
Yes, and while we're on it, Your Honor, I did go back yesterday to see if there were any other portions that could be redacted to kind of move the video along.
That's wonderful.
And
Thank you.
I do have a few
Okay,
portions that the state intends to redact. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay.
One of those. So first is page 165, line 3 through page 167, line 16.
all right, and I guess give the defendants
So it's going to be 11.
a chance to look at that and see if that's something they want in, or if it's just nothing anybody needs.
And the top, sure. It is him saying that he needed to pay for the light bill, and that's why him and Deshaun were getting into issues. He talks about the fact that the stolen items that were found in his house were taken from individuals who went outside, who went to go do a jug, which went to go do a robbery. And so that's why those items were in the house. And then the detectives questioning him about the fact that he gave his mother-in-law's car to these individuals and he didn't know what they intended to do, so.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we're going to object to the redaction of that. I mean, that, and I understand why the state would want to redact it. I mean, that's prime example of Mr. Copeland being caught with stolen goods in his house, in his car, and pushing the blame on others, which
All
is
right.
exactly what he's doing
Okay,
here.
so they would want that in, I guess they would play it anyway, so do you want to leave it in?
I'm gonna leave it.
Okay,
The next, Your Honor, is page 176, line 14 through page 181, line 3.
and what's the general topic of that?
He talks about a few things here. His second child's mother wanted child support, talked about some medical things with her that he paid for.
Anybody care if that stays?
And it's really talking about that relationship he has with his second child's mother.
Okay. That fine to excise for everybody?
76 line 14 through 181 line 176 line 14 through 181 line 3.
Your Honor, I think that those portions, I know we want to speed this up, but those portions give the full picture of Mr. Copeland. It's more, I'm the victim. These women are taking advantage of me.
Okay, she is indicating by nodding and scratching it off that she'll leave it in.
Next is page 193, line 1 through 194, line 21, which initially talks about Demekion being the reason that DB was killed, and then transitioning into when he gets bored at Deshaun's house, he'll leave, but that he hasn't been cheating on her. etc. 193 line 1 through 194 line 22.
Anybody want that in?
We agree that that's
Okay,
pretty relevant.
everybody's good with redacting that part.
And the last one that we have, Your Honor, is, I'm sorry, the last one that we have, Your Honor, is page 208, line 1 through page 211, line 10.
And the general topic is,
They're telling him he should move. They're telling him maybe he should go to Miami, not go to Miami, but go somewhere like North Carolina or Kansas. That he should start afresh and anew. And then he goes back into talking about the robbery that he was, what occurred leading up to why he was arrested on June 10th.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hylton, I got to start, what's the end of this redaction?
Page 211, line 10. Okay.
you want that in?
Yes.
Okay, she'll leave,
Never
you'll
mind,
leave
I
that
dropped it.
in?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Can I take a quick comfort break? I know you're about to bring the jury in.
How about you go do that while we bring Mr. Copeland and the jury in, but not recess for that?
Your Honor, can I do it too? I'm sorry. Coffee.
Okay, never mind. Let's all take a break
Okay, thanks.
quickly, please. Ms. Hylton, you can proceed.
And Your Honor, we're resuming at 11:29:05.
Where did he say he got stuff from? I ain't breaking no code. That's not the question. No, if it's a yes or no, I'm not gonna see you on the video. You gonna see Darren breaking the no code. You gonna see Darren? You sure? Yeah. Okay. Because we found a police report. We found a police report on Foster Street, and these are victims. These two guys, IDs or whatever, was in the truck. And their laptop. And we got the sunglasses and 2 book bags from out they shine house. They shine house. This morning, the 2 book bags, they ain't in them. They book bag yours? No, they ain't done. This shit from these cars. You understand? They left me in this house. Yes. Man, it's true. Because you didn't say that. They came in the house.
Before she was the most liberal U.S. Senator, Kamala Harris was the liberal San Francisco prosecutor, the most progressive in all of California. She let an MS-13 gang member go, who then murdered a father and his 2 sons. She agreed to release another felon, who then committed murder. And Kamala even protected illegal alien drug dealers so they could escape deportation. Kamala Harris, a dangerous San Francisco liberal. Make America Great Again, Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has what you need to win your year. Check backpacks off your list from Nike, The North Face, and more. Plus, score the latest colors from Stanley, Yeti, and Owala. With gear this good, it's never been easier to win your year.
I still laptop. I'm like, shit. They act like they have it. I wasn't really sweating. I really don't stole laptop. When they brought it back, they trying to show me like, damn, bro, we ain't get that. You know what I'm saying? I'm already tired, so I'm like, all right. They sure had all her friends out, they furnished it. So she had all her friends out, but I ain't feel like dropping them up. So Muslim went dropped it back up. This was yesterday? Or late last night? Yesterday this morning? Yeah. Okay. So Muslim went dropped it back up. I was in her seat. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. Yes, it is. Deshaun said she was asleep when you got in this morning. Late. I'm telling you what she told me. Deshaun was woke. I was mad because I'm trying to tell her mama. You call her mama. I'm just telling you what she told me. She said she didn't even hear you come in like she was asleep. They trying to not say that. What the fuck I got a lot of you for? Why the hell she there? She said she was sleeping. Okay. And then too late. She the one that's been down with all this bullshit been going on. Right. But man, you fucked up. Nobody else. This shit pressuring me, man. This shit is about the damn money, bro. What money? For the damn I did. That ain't no fault that you did that. No, I didn't break any car. I wasn't even with them. I just held the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they was going to do some stupid shit to get the money. I knew they was going to go. You knew they was going to do a drill. You didn't know what the exact drill was, but you know You know they ain't going to church. I know I was get this. I just look at it like shit. I ain't gonna get in trouble for that. Every time I'm just looking at it. But you can still fucking up their shots or something else will happen to that fucking car. That trunk is in her mama's name. What if they did a robbery? Like I told her. And this is just the first report. We found. What I'm saying, I told her, I said, look, the car they shot my name. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, my name. She gonna tell the police, if y'all see his name, I did. And I'm there, I know I'm going after nobody else. I told her just like that. Once again, this is just the first report we had. That we were able to find was based on the IDs that was left in the truck. So some more shit come back involving that truck. You know we're gonna come back and have another conversation. I'm telling y'all everything right now. Like I'm saying, once again, you're enabling people to fuck you in the long run. You're enabling them because somebody's doing something nice for you and they shine, getting them a truck, doing the rental car, all that shit, and you giving it to these dudes. Which I don't believe you say you wasn't there, but I'm gonna go to the zone too. Everybody in Buckhead got cameras. Everybody everywhere got cameras. And I'm gonna review that video. And that's gonna be some more felonies on you. Just like with the guns and double, we interviewed you at Turner Field. We told you. I ain't saying nobody didn't tell you. We told you though. We said, listen, bro, we gonna go review this tape. You ain't did nothing, you good. If not, you gonna see us again. I wanted to say I had it, but I just like, okay, you tell me right now where you live when these songs got broken. No. You say no? I believe you right now. Until I got proof otherwise. Well, you gotta start thinking about you and your life, bro. That's what you keep worrying about. Everybody that you name don't seem to give a fuck about you. Right, and I really don't know about them. They kind of pressure me, like, shit, I only want to give a fuck about you. I just kept saying like, damn, man, I mean, I kept saying, I'm trying to stay out of jail. I mean, like, when the police can't get out, I mean, you gotta say, they got me for their time. But you didn't feel it was coming? Huh? You didn't feel that it was coming? Nah, look, I found out down there got the video. I mean, so who went up there directing them folks? Because that's what I'm going with folks. Every day, that's about 3 months. Why folks they go to see? Because that's the city rec center. Everybody said, well, somebody. Well, somebody in your crew that's cool, listen to me. Listen real good. If anything happens to anybody that works there, it's coming to you. No, it's not. I'm telling you, it's coming to you. You better put a word out. You better put a word out. To who? To your crew. You keep on my crew. Listen to this. Whoever any other two niggas I had with you, will share their deep. And they ain't with you. I mean, you sitting there by yourself. And guess what? I'm telling you, something happened to anybody work up there. We gonna come back for you. It's in the name. It's in the name. I'm not worried about my next. Who told him? They went to the mayor's office complaining that some boys. Yeah, the fact that we was coming up there, somebody came up there like, y'all may not say that's supposed to. Because I already saw the dude who was in the gym, who was in there talking to him. Yeah. And so, describe this for you, and I'm gonna tell you that they know. No, describe. He said that, yeah. Still ain't threatening him. He works with him. I'm not saying he threatened him, but he comes back and runs his mouth about whatever, and other people have gone in there and said things to these people. And you may not have had nothing to do with it, but I'm telling you, if anything happens to anything, it's in the name of Kenneth Copeland. We coming back. No, it's not. Oh, John go ahead, chill, because it's already been spoken on. No, Brianna said, it's no lie. She did, they couldn't start their gym. They told me we couldn't come back this way. I'm not, why you get so? Listen to this though. See, they said, guess what? ain't even can't do like that. You do. Get out of here, cuz. I got somebody that I work with that's in Mechanicsville all the time, every day, right? What his name is? I'm not gonna tell you. I know his name, he is, what is it called? Who? Hamburger. Now, I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about somebody that lives out in Mechanicsville. You know what I'm saying? I meet with this person once a week. Okay, I said, what's going on in Mechanicsville, blah, 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 right? He showed me pictures of you. What did you do Memorial Day weekend? Memorial Day weekend.
Nathan?
Don't matter. I know what you did, because I saw what you did. Memorial Day weekend. What was you holding in the pictures? I take care of the hood because the hood take care of me. Of the weed? Yeah, and the lean. You laughing now, shit. You said what did I do? Like I did something wrong? No. I said that's something wrong. Distributing drugs? But I don't want you for that, because that's minor to me. I don't want you to think about it, so that lets you know that you ain't got it. Listen. But that's not the way that's the business was. I ain't saying I'm just, and I ain't sure one day I go say guilty. I know, I can still wait. What I'm saying is, I ain't doing the type of stuff that, like, I'm trying to find myself. But I mean, what you do? I'm not trying to say a drug, that shit ain't working, man. I try to gamble, what you losing, huh?
You remember last time I said, won't you leave? I don't think you can shine your pretty baby and get there. Go on.
You know what I thought about today? I thought I had she put on me yesterday. She found out something, and I don't have to pay child support. She put me and got me today, and took me down there to get my check information, so I can go have it. Why you gotta get a check? Why? Do you have a you process things, you think about things, and then you react. I will say that about you. You have an able working body. Okay? Get out of that mindset of
Depending on the check. Depending on somebody else to take care of you and yours.
No, this girl is. Y'all don't understand what she's doing to me. She's trying to make it hard on me, like, to get you out here. She's trying to get no, because I gave her the money. When I had money, I said, go get a bush. I paid for the whole thing. You know what she did? She said she gonna get it. When I gave her the money, she kept it. You know what I mean?
That's her body, bro.
I understand, but you know what I told her? To give her this money. You say you know right now. But I'm not having no fun shit. I mean,
That's not, but
she
when you laid up with her, you had parts of it, you know? So therefore that's
I didn't lay down. I didn't been over there.
when you crossed that line, it was a touchdown, okay? And you gotta be a man and take responsibility for your actions.
I want
Regardless.
you know what? The baby was my sister and stuff, but
You talking about the baby with that child? No.
that's my sister.
That's the baby.
Yes.
But the other thing.
No, the DNA said it is, but what I'm saying is, you didn't want that. The girl trying to throw it on me like, she not, you know what I mean? She not trying to bitch. Yeah, me too. Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
Because guess what, bro?
they pressure me like, she gonna leave you with that shine and your baby that you wanted. Family this, family that. She's in me and she wants that. You don't even want to claim the one that, because I have my bushes like that, she can give it back. I just felt like, so did she give you your money for your boyfriend back? I ain't like that. It's okay. I said, I will.
Oh, listen to this. While she was pregnant, her needed that money to eat to feed that man.
But what I didn't know they have food stamps. You know, they do for that. But what I'm saying is, man.
Oh, no. You did not just say that. That ain't never that. Please, you as a young, all this energy that y'all using to do all this other dumb stuff, you can use that in a right way to go try to live a normal, peaceful life. You remember the last time I said, why don't you leave that in the practice somewhere? What you tell me?
Okay, put it with. So I got this. Have you heard anything been shut up?
Not that we know of.
Man, you got it. You saying not that I know. Okay.
A lot of stuff happen that they don't, like, from Canada, they don't really call the police.
Why they know?
They know.
Because they have shit on their own.
They already know they gonna retaliate, so it's almost like, why call the police? That's why they probably looking at you like,
When people involved with them, there's other people shit that get shot up. When they call the police, like, oh, sister live next door to me, or, you know, whatever. And that's how we connect the dots. So this should show y'all that this shit ain't getting shot up then.
crap.
Because this shit is getting shot
The
up.
neighbors calling it in.
They are physically calling. The neighbors calling us like, hey, I'm calling you, roll past and blah, 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 shot up this place, shot up that place.
They shut up. It's white people stay right there. You think they gonna sit there and let it sit? I ain't gonna say, but you think they gonna just sit back and let that happen?
What's going on? The only two people I had was saying, you know the difference? No, let me explain it. It was a different story. If you got the gun for Shannon, or you got the gun for D. You know what I mean? Listen. This got to do with Thug. Now, anything before, I ain't with Thug anything. Yeah, I'm not here. Now, me, I ain't shot nobody, man, but, man, Shannon, like I said, I mean, you know, say it, because when you start talking about what you do, you go, I know you don't want to, I mean, I hate help, man, but you so over. What's your nickname for?
The one that gave. Say my name. I respect you. You understand? Because you stood overall, you stood tall through it all. Right? Like the last time. I felt when you walked out of here, I thought, see New Jack City. When Nino came back on the back of the bike and they shut up, I thought when you walked out of here, I didn't want you to go. I'm telling them like, man, they don't get out of that boy, man. And every time you keep coming out, Jack, you ain't been shot. One time. We keep recovering. Drums right where they just and it's like God keeps giving you an opportunity. You got it covered on you, and you keep living the telling. And instead of you saying, "Self, this shit is getting a little too real. I need to get on," you keep coming back for more.
You know what's going on?
What?
To truth be told, man, this was really good, man. This was really good.
What?
Every time they got to do something, I know my name come back on.
Right.
So you know what I do? I go ahead and leave. You know what I mean? I go with his son, and I tell him, I'm right here. You know what I mean? You see me, you see each other. Let's go somewhere. You know what I mean? Let's, I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
Sometimes they might do shit without me knowing and did thing I just said. Because this one Shannon used to tell me, Shannon used to talk to me. Shannon everything I tell him. You know what I'm saying? But since this shit happened, bro, just like, I feel like everybody gets me.
You should.
I feel like everybody. Sometimes I be riding with me and Kobe, and I get nervous. Like I had to get away because I know what I done did before. Like I don't told. You know what I'm saying? So once I heard this nigga Doug wanted to be killed, I was like, this is scared the hell out of me, bro. I woke up and went to the graveyard and sat there for a long time and talk TV, play music. You know what I mean? So I didn't even get that. I honestly didn't, bro. You want to kill me, bro? I mean, I don't even ain't saying that because it was back then. I was there. I mean, I But like, man, because I told you about this time.
Which one?
Yeah.
But what you gotta
This is the only time. This way. Man, Kel let it go. Kel was going to the club. And Kel was just like, what's up, up? I'm like, shit, you gonna stay around there? I mean, this nigga can't, he can't, I don't know what up on me.
So they basically coming at you, not really because they can't touch the stuff, but you the quote unquote closest thing to them.
This is what you don't understand.
And you know what? That's right.
That's the part where you don't understand that. And then the biggest problem that you have with them all. You want to know why? Because you want to know what happened when y'all shoot up somebody's house? Guess what happened to me? Okay, I'm on my way in. I'm tired and woke up out of my sleep.
Just problem right now. Whatever he say, he does.
How much you get paid?
Next. There's no way. There's no fucking way. It's my mom graveyard.
Why? Well, why is he doing it?
He that guy.
Guess who told me? Guess who told me what we can pay next? No.
Wait a minute, what?
He said Shannon. Shannon told me. But why as it sounds, Shannon don't trust you. Why would I tell you anything?
Okay, put it away. He ain't got anything. What does he got? Shannon got a truck. He gonna take you for $3,000 to get his truck ready. And he got $3,000 to take him. But I mean, the shit out here, man. I know Shannon. So like I got something to say, now come on, man. You right, I don't have to do it. You know what I mean? I don't have to.
That you ain't got shit, but you come with this big ass bag of weed, all these bottles of leaves.
I just take a picture with it.
No, because we know this
I make it look good.
Who would let you hold their money if don't nobody, as you sell it,
And you
don't
pay
nobody
money, you know, just, if you pay attention, I never had no money flinched. I haven't been flinched. You know what I'm saying?
I saw a video she played.
Up my hood.
Of who?
Up my hood. I just played some hundreds. It's on that.
My guy came in and showed me a shitload of shit. And I was just like,
They try to find some old, but
no, it was from Memorial Day week. Just from what I'm speaking about Memorial Day week.
was last time I talked to him.
What, 2 weeks? Yeah, this is
that's you in this corner. That's the corner.
these who you need to be feared right now.
You fear them more than you fear them.
Because right now, this, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all to help me, I promise you, bro. I'm gonna sit right here and tell y'all everything I don't heard, everything I don't found, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all go get. Understand?
Are you willing to do that?
I promise I can right now to show y'all how I can y'all go brush everybody's back. I don't care. I just want y'all to
What do you
get
want?
my baby back.
So now you ready to go. Now you gonna listen and go. But what?
I ain't have no bliss.
Any man wants. Okay? Everybody ain't gonna miss. You can't trust nobody. You can't write. You want to know what you feel like he lied to you? You almost started crying. I said he was there.
Yeah, because, bro, I try to help you, bro. Like, I tell you, bro, you don't tell why I live by it. You don't tell why I live by it. I live by freedom, man. I do whatever it takes to stay free. And I tell you that all the time. Money ain't shit, bro. Money ain't. We got to come out paid now, man. I mean, okay, when I do this money, I get it again. It's my hustle, I gamble. I don't get it again. I mean, I win, I lose. But When you just out there and told me that he was in the cup and a lot of the shit he doing, man.
It all
I just found out that these niggas gonna try to have me killed like 2 days ago.
So at this point, what do you want to do?
So I just want to go down and go for it. Cause I don't want to run and I already know, man.
I know you don't want to run, but at the same time,
I haven't done it. I promise you, I feel showing everything I love, man.
but your name is, you know,
Someone did it to me, man. Listen, man. Someone been doing it to me for the longest.
you don't know what you.
Set me up. Every time I got there for the probation violation, he had me go show something here. Oh, you come to Canada, what was it? I ain't have nothing to do with it. I'm right on my foot with it. I just want to enjoy life. I can't. Decided I get out again. Some other shit I got shot up. How the fuck is all these niggas shit getting shot up not getting up? Just like y'all said, the same night I got out of jail. You know what? D told me that story when D got shot up. You know, D told me she went to the club by herself. Multiple drop out. I caught me here like, you feel what I'm saying? These niggas, they did, you know what I mean? Who do you go to the club with? He went to the club by himself, got dropped out. Like this what happened. Me, my brother, my baby mom, and D went to the hospital. Sky's right. So my baby was sick. So me and my baby mom got out. So the D was on his hand, and he was weak. He was sleeping and everything. All right, hey, go home, run out, don't go to the club. D want to be hurt here. Fuck these niggas, this now, I'm going. D went to the club. Wow. 4 o'clock. My sister called, but they get jumped. He behind on. I said, who? She said, my head got me. I said, damn, what the hell? I mean, D, you I heard. I on Twitter. D on Twitter like, yeah, fuck, you know, good. All right. I talked to him through on the DM. Bro, you tripping, bro? What's up, too, bro? You trying to be seen? Bro. This man, so. Man, I didn't do that, man. Like, jail ain't gonna do it, man.
Honestly, you ain't gonna make it in jail. You can't go to jail nowhere in Georgia. Do you understand that?
But I did.
In jail, as soon as the word get out, you there.
But now look, I'm about to go to jail. She already said that I ain't gonna be no bond. I ain't.
Look. I hope they don't put you in a dorm kid. Did you ever think about stuff like that?
So what? I understand y'all saying we gonna live. It ain't starting nothing just because I had participated in none of this shit they doing.
This is what, the reason we tell you what we tell you is to try to show you a flag like, hey, the time is now. So you put all this pressure on yourself. You're trying to carry all this weight.
I know what I mean? Because I had listen, I'm keep telling you I didn't participate in none of this. None of
tell me these dudes have shot up your mama, your sister, they shot at you and your baby mama and your baby, and all this other jazz, and you ain't did nothing wrong.
I don't want to be. They did it. Guess what I said? Guess what I said?
What?
Okay, anybody get hurt. Guess what I do?
What?
Put my pride to the side. Listen.
So you got it now.
You know why me and Shannon fell out?
What?
Because Shannon's like I going out bed.
So Shannon basically trying to redeem.
Exactly.
So you seen the movie Juice? You ain't never seen Juice? With Tupac? I can't even use this analogy, man.
But what I'm saying is, Shannon get under plenty time because these niggas came, shot at us, I did something, and I had
Shannon ain't standing for it.
Huh?
Shannon ain't standing for it.
He not going for it.
Where's Shannon keep his gun, man?
Shit, on him.
So if we stop him, he gonna have a gun on.
That man got gun every day. He gonna run though.
We gonna run. Where does he be at? What kind of car do that he got?
Was it Grand Papa? A Grand Papa or a Malibu? It's Impala. Impala? Who calls that? I mean, well, who's this girl? What's her name? I don't know. I don't know the girl, but I know they baby mama on her name. Whose car is that? It's registered to him, or like, once you got license, so it should be registered to him. Cause at first I thought it was Tree cup, but Tree got her own cup. They got the same kind of cup.
She got her policy?
Yeah, great too. I mean, I thought it was, he was like, I seen him like last week, and he said that, I was like, you still do talk to you, nigga, I seen her drive the cup right. But now she got her own cup.
What did baby mama say?
Boulevard. I don't know if this is baby mama, I think that's what he said, he's on Boulevard coming. When he's with Diddy Khan, like, y'all ain't into a Boulevard? Like, why is y'all guys not into a Boulevard now? But they're into Boulevard. I don't know, I thought they were. No.
They gamble over there?
Yeah.
On Boulevard Play?
I was on Boulevard on Saturday. I said on Boulevard Sunday too.
For what?
Shout down about this little side street, like about a gas station.
Wabash.
Huh?
Wabash.
That's the name of it?
Where the park is?
Nah. They like what they like going to a $7. But it's on the other, it's on the side street right there.
Boulevard Place. Where the gambling house is, where they sit on the porch?
Yeah, they was like about it, yeah. What?
No, he's talking about Boulevard Place.
Oh. So, I told you I'm like, I go with the crib, man. I did. Hey, you would again? I mean, I ain't no boy. I mean, if you was sitting in the car, and if you seen somebody, you see me move out, they tell I we know each other. You know what I'm saying? And I remember my baby mom got into it. I was like, damn, he act like he gonna trade on me too. I mean, what the fuck going on? So she kind of scared one day. Like we argued. He just scared that nigga. I mean, I won't scare. I mean, so but shit, man. I ain't did that picture, man. I mean, that shit hurt, man. I mean, I texted you last night, cause it was on my pride wouldn't let me do it, but I just texted you like, damn, bro, you need to kind of Shannon phone. Which one is Shannon's phone? It say your phone. I don't have Shannon though. I just got email. What's the email? 608-353-9229. Then you know the crazy thing about it? That me and D still wear the same clothes.
Roulette.
What you mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, what?
Let me get this. people.
My probation, I had talked to probation, and they was like, they were gonna try to help me out in September. I mean, try to get me back on the right track. I'm really, because it's part now, man. I'm just lost, man.
But you still saying you ain't leaving.
Huh?
You still keep saying you not leaving. I ain't leaving. You stay
Well,
here.
look, you keep saying, I don't have them to obfuscate.
So,
I mean, I'm not used. Okay, anyway, Miami is nice here. I mean, I can go down there. If me, Jay, Sean, and Baby want to go down there and stay, I just want to go down there like 2-3 days and come back. I mean, so I'm not. And I work regular, like North Carolina.
Kansas.
Now, it ain't dead kids. Go to Tampa. Why you gotta go to Miami because of the Blitz Center? Go
You
somewhere.
like the beach. You know what he said? He like the beach.
Now, go to Orlando.
It's on the beach and stuff.
Go to Orlando.
So beach. You said you go.
I just get homesick and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So,
But what's home to you is it's gonna be the death of you. Because everybody that you hang with, that's what you missing really. They're trying to kill you.
so really, at the end of the day, it's just you. It is. And I know you don't want to know that sound, but I'm telling you.
Go start.
I'm not gonna leave her behind. Like, we don't gotta do it so much. Guess what I can go right there. You know what? I don't even supposed to be right here right now. I mean, because I ain't supposed to stay down there night. She put me out. You feel it? Yeah. And then when they bring the cup out, she leave. So when I woke up, shit, I just want to be on the door. Bang that body. I mean, all I got to see is the police. I was so scared. What the fuck they doing here? I mean, so, I don't know.
This is the plan I say. You, Kayshawn, and the baby go somewhere else. Start fresh. You don't know nobody. Try to live a regular life.
Oh, yeah, no, man. What's that, man?
But that's
Charlie, sitting that guy, it's just like, everything went. I mean,
because now you the elephant in the room. Everywhere you go, that stain is on you. When you, let's say business, you get charged with all this, maybe 2, which I doubt, but 2 years. And they say you gotta go do your 2 and tell fair. What do you think gonna happen?
you think I'm gonna go to prison with it? You can, if you're convicted.
You're a convicted felon, bro.
So what can I do to make this famous up? I don't know why. I do whatever, man. I don't want to tell me. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I do whatever, man. I promise God, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because last Thursday, Miss Kim Dammers and I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said you guys have great cases. We need somebody with direct knowledge the target for them. Well, we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang the small fish in front of them. For them to come, for the fish to come. So, if that's something that you want to do, because our case is sealed with you, like it's not, you know. Of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your faith, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right. But you know what?
That's not sharing.
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider sharing the 50 that she, like you said, he'll go. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what your status is. Right. I want to know what the fuck Thug doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where his money is from. If they gotta get to Birdman, it will talk about damn Wayne Bus. I know. When I come in, like, damn, bro, that China kid. She tried to give me the phone, talk to me. I mean, he would talk to you. He wanted to talk to me. I was like, why you didn't? Cause, bro, it just, that nigga kill me. Like, I mean, I just knew he was trying to have me come around. I didn't even, you almost looked at it like a Russell, might have been your ticket. I had cut it. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get famous. I thought I was gonna get money, man. I didn't think this shit gonna go. Then Rocco tried to get me to hang with him. I don't know what the hell he even think, bro. I'm like, but ain't Rocco cool with Bloody J and all the ABG, some nigga boy? No, Rocco down with it. Good, Rocco was gonna sign Bloody J, but Bloody J tried Rocco down first. Cause he's not good, you know, that's right. So Bloody J, push up on Rocco and we're done. Rocco. Yeah, I just want to be these niggas like, that shit, they make me feel like,
You got something to say.
she was like, hey, I'm like, she almost talking.
That's the reason to live.
I mean, they're like, when I heard he gonna kill me, man, I know a lot about that nigga. I know about the other people he had killed. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga on gangster. I heard about him now, you know what I'm saying? I heard him tell my own mouth. You know what I'm saying? So when I heard my name come in this shit,
You take it.
I know you're not saying. You know what I'm saying? You talk about no. You talk about gangsters got killed. The blood nigga who Blood J put on his page. Oh yeah, like yeah. I heard about all this. You know what I mean?
Question is, what you gonna do about it though?
What you willing to do? I'm gonna help y'all to keep me safe.
Listen, you're gonna have to look at everything in the wind. This life and all this shit, cause it ain't no coming back.
So you gonna help me. But you can't be going back and forth.
It's either you with us, or you with them.
I'm not with them. You say that now that you're gonna kill me. I called it on you. I called it plenty of times. It wasn't from unknown numbers. I called their son phone. You have a house?
What's the number?
829-1. I can't remember the last 4 digits, but we got to save their son phone up on the OG. I have called. I called you plenty of times. You know what I mean? I called just let you know what good day spot was. If you call me and I think that they bring the stick out, you feel me? I knew they had guns in the night spot.
That's up on Smith Street.
Yep. I mean, this same day you put a gun out,
I mean, he just like, y'all gotta move, we ain't go nowhere. Like, when we left, I thought he was calling something to me. Yeah, so, I mean, but, to be honest with this, man, this is like, keep me alive, man, just out of jail, I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes.
You feel alive if you going back over there. We can't, I'm not posting up in the cabinet with you.
No, I had it come there with, I could say with, yeah. I'm tell you what I say with, yeah. You know, yeah, I'll shoot him. I ain't even there.
I gotta use your restroom. I'm trying to hold it.
All right. Anybody on the jury need to have a restroom break? I know we have just gotten here. Okay. Anybody out here? All right, we'll just wait.
I mean, hey, I told you I was going on. Like, you need to try and kill bro. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, I just like, that's what I said, man. Like, what is he following on? Yeah. What is he following on? That thug and try to get them to be with him. Will be with him. Thug trying to get you out of the now. Trying to get them all. Mom, they trying to get you to be with them. Yeah. They had it going when I was locked up. You know what I'm saying?
So he thinks he the dog.
Yeah. So the king of Atlanta, yeah, I heard of the nigga G Prince. Mm-hmm. And Houston. Yeah. Thug said he gonna be the new him in Atlanta. He got a lot of people to go through though. Who trying to do that? Yeah. Well, him. He not taking no shit. He not. He not taking. Thug not taking no shit from her. Well, this. Nobody else care about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Thug ain't take shit from nobody.
Well, how did the beef with game again?
The game nigga there, shout out to Thug with told Shannon Shannon made his mouth, he was on that win.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And Thug told him no. Say turn on the GD, I can't Nipsey, Hylton, something like that. He ain't they beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped. I mean, I ain't here to play. You know what I mean? I just don't want to go to jail. I mean, you got to sit down for a little bit. You're going to have to sit down for a little bit. Why jail though? Because
You gotta stop, and you not. You thinking in your mind, listen to the gun that you found right now wasn't bad, right? You thinking in your mind because you was doing so much, and now you didn't calm down a little bit, that you ain't doing as much, but you still doing shit. You understand? You still did it. I haven't listened. I understand what you say. I've done so much. I calm down. Listen, I haven't. You know what I mean? Like, guess what? I got it here. The gun that y'all got. That gun wasn't. That gun wasn't justice. Which gun? The one y'all got in the house? That gun wasn't just like. I mean, they can come pick that gun up. You know what I'm saying? They get that gun back. But while you were in jail, you don't know what has happened with that gun. But what I'm saying is, I know who had it. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to take it up with them. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not, like I said, like right now, I'm not trying to go to jail. I mean, well, the thing that you're going to jail for is what you did. You had possession of that gun when you know you weren't supposed to. When did y'all find that in the house? In the kitchen. In the kitchen room. Right where you were. And then you got we just going to sleep. Where did you get taken into custody at? They told me to call out the door. I was there on the floor when they came. My baby mama was out there, they had pulled. She opened the door. I like, they don't know we got a baby here. I mean, so she told me to keep the door. She opened the door for them. I was laying on the floor, my hands up. I thought they was going to come in and get me, like, call out. I called out. I mean, I didn't have no gun. I didn't know there was a gun in their house. I promise you. Well, I got to know one thing I know is investigating with that gun. I know. But y'all say y'all be trusting with, can y'all at least investigate before y'all trust with it? We're not going to do more stuff stating that gun. But we're gonna get to it. You're going to jail for this Brown. Yeah, for the gun from the dump Boston. But we're going to go, and like I said, work this inter-and-auto case from Buckhead, where the laptop and shit was found at where y'all stay. You understand? You just said, well, about 5 of them, we're gonna work all that out. And then the other issue with the gun at the house today, we're gonna work through all that. And then you, like I said, you got this warrant from the city for traffic stuff, riding the damn four-wheeler. And then you got the issue, like you said, I didn't see that Henry County stuff you was talking about. That didn't pop up. But whatever you got going on with Henry County, and when we clear your name off the system, it automatically gets a call to your PO. So then you deal with that. But like I said, it's up to you on what you want to do. And I can't promise you anything to say, I'm gonna get you out of jail, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna help you, but you gotta give to get. You know how that works. I'm gonna give y'all everything y'all want right now. It don't work like that, like right now. But if you want to tell me something, so that's on you. What matters not just to us, but to district attorneys and the U.S. attorney is bodies. That's what over everything. Fuck drugs. Like if that shit matters at the end of the day, what helps is bodies. Because we don't want no murder. So I said y'all with it. With what? With the bodies y'all let me with bodies. Yes. You got a lot going on right now. But that will 100% come from me, and I ain't got to say no lie. I'm gonna say, yeah, he told me this. That was the thought. Well, I was just talking to the investigator and nutcase. Like, you got to help the bodies. We care about bodies and large amounts of guns. I'm not talking about this, oh, this guy keep a pistol. No, I want a whole bunch of guns or some bodies. But the ones we know, they gonna leave. It's for that. I mean, about how many guns you think in the studio? Shit, everybody got one. Everybody got one. Everybody. I mean, the people there are gonna be a gun for. And see, what truck, Doug been driving lately? Nah, Doug in that I wanted BMW, the nice car. Well, who be driving that black out, Matt Black? With that, with the four wheels inside of it. It's still a truck, but see, he went to Canada the other day. Like, he seen me, he riding real slow. Like, he licking it, he said, But I went close up on the truck, so I said, man, but the last car they seen me was the little BMW. You know what I'm saying? But they still a truck, though. Okay. I mean, but what Pee Wee call it? Pee Wee. You know, you see how you know what I'm talking about? It's talking Russell. Yeah. You know which car I'm talking about? The car that he sent shot to Tuba. What car?
Resuming at 12:30.
So, do you think that Max will come in to say something? I feel like if y'all ain't got time, she not gonna tell her brother. Right. She gonna tell everybody but her brother. So I feel like if y'all scare her up, I mean, but she is scared, because some chicks ain't really scared anymore. Like, you know, she got a smart mouth, so she might not be, but Shannon, he feel adorable. He fears Dora. Why? He thinks she'll tell him. And Dora is the other one. Her name, she good dressed Dora on Instagram. What is it? G-O. Good dressed? Yeah. Dora? Yeah. That's her real name, Dora? I don't know her real name. Like, that is. And Bobby White got them eyes on her, don't she? Like some weird. One of the big folks, I'll tell you something. She has my mouth, like, I'll be around her a lot. She probably, because she took my phone, she got smoked me, you feel? I just like, I don't know if he's trying to do it for real, but I didn't know he think he's coming out for real, like, you know what I mean? So Thug is basically trying to take over the city. Trying, or he got the city. Yeah. They play a dirty game. Yeah, they play a dirty game over there. So I'm not used to this kind of shit. So I don't know what's going on.
You lost to your friend.
Huh?
You lost to your friend.
They said we wasn't ready like how they ready. I mean, they hang together, they love each other fine. Shoot each other spot, they don't know how to see each other now. So, but
resuming at 12:43.
How are you still in the club? I wasn't in the club like that. It just, I just went out there. That's for it. Remember we had to do, man. Like, I told you, I should like to argue with this shit all the time. And then I did one thing like, sure, I got a club. I'm already at the house. You know what I mean? In the fair lane. You know, I said I ain't worried about nobody shooting up there like that. So.
Play PlayStation.
I did all that.
ATV game and play PlayStation. You like doing that bike stuff. They stay in the house.
I do stay in the house. I stay in the house. It was a whole thing to me and this son, they get hard. That's the only thing they brought through, we get hard. I can stay in the house. But what you to take care of your baby, you ain't necessarily got to be with her. Right? But I did, like I said, I just feel safer with her. Like, safe from what? She did. But you know she gonna be there. It's a comfort zone. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, I know she ain't gonna do nothing to hurt you, like, cheat on you and all that stuff. So that is that why you say you feel safe, because you know she gonna be there? I know I feel safe. That's understandable.
You know you crazy.
She ain't gonna realize that put my hands on her and like that. I
ain't saying that. I'm saying she knows you about that action, so she ain't even gonna try you like that.
Because the lady, this how she was telling me, you been doing you something, but do me. And I just try to prove to her, but I understand, I mean, I haven't been messing with nobody, like, that's why I try to take care of them too much.
How far apart, as far as time, is the new baby and you and Deshaun?
My baby, with Deshaun,
your baby.
Yeah, I got to my baby with Deshaun, she's premature, so she's supposed to be born like, but the other girl baby born in March.
So the other girl baby is older than you.
Yeah. I mean, so.
But you were with Deshaun, like y'all was in a relationship.
Yeah. She asked about it, but I had the money then, so I paid the girl a lot, but she lied to Deshaun for me everything, but when the girl had a baby, she just like, get it. I mean, I went and took DNA test. I told Deshaun, like, man, shit, baby mine, bro, like, I mean, you gonna leave me with her. She got mad at her and everything, but I found a lot of gifts and shit, you know. When I knew she could find out, I just got them trying to take it down.
Well, this is what we gonna do. Where do you want to be in Fulton County? Because I don't want you to be in Riverdale.
Man, they don't let your head get, man. You're killing me, man.
Why? Because you was isolated?
I couldn't even there. I just had sitting room all this, like, with that bed. I'm happy.
Do you want to be in your isolation? We put you in there with kids.
How long have you been there?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You won't get along, so.
I gotta talk to the powers that be and see what kind of game plan they want to come up if you're really trying to help yourself.
Can you? I promise, God, I have all the years up to about a monitor, man. I go where you at. I can show you what the gun is. All of
You
it.
gotta be patient, though. It don't work quite like that.
I'm just being in jail, like.
That TV shit.
What did you think was going to happen?
I just
Are we gonna write you the ticket and say, all right, come to court for guns? You know what?
Thanks, Woody. Appreciate it.
Because I told you then, you need to tell me that if you came in with this gun.
no, listen, I wanted to, but I just kept thinking like, man. Damn, man, I messed up. That's how I could say I take out of jail. I wasn't in jail to have a gun, just didn't need call. Nothing. I was getting rid of it.
You have an explanation for everything. If you don't give an explanation and leave it up to people to find out on their own what's going on.
What happened when you walked in the door at the gym?
I walked in the door, right?
Right?
Put the bed down.
No, I mean step by step before you got to put the bag.
I walked in the gym.
What's up, boy?
Yeah, everybody.
Got that stick, boy.
I got the bed down.
Who did you tell you had that gun?
Big shot, bro. I need to come pick the bag. I mean, yeah, well, I
I'm like, yeah, you know, and he started laughing when he looked at me. But
That's a real little brother?
yeah, correct.
Did you tell anybody else?
Cause I wasn't, I mean, getting rid of it. I'm just, then, I was saying this, bro. Like, then what did I take any nigga so long? So I keep G running in the gym and running high.
See who?
Literally, yeah, I'm like, what the hell did nigga high for? I'm like, shit, you better let no nigga come out. I'm playing this, but I see police come in. I'm like, yeah, they need for deep. You know what I mean? So, I'm still playing this, bro. So I see police keep looking at me. He just walked over there and just grabbed me, man. I'm like, what's on? Like, it's so bad. Like, man, I just got to jail, but these brothers just came in like 5 minutes before him.
Why they Sean brother, man?
Who?
They Sean brother.
Deanne?
Deanne?
Yeah.
Is it Deanne or just Deanne?
Deanne.
Same last name?
I think so.
That's his real name, Deanne?
Yeah.
So he can give us the story that somebody else is coming to get taken on. Did you tell him that somebody was coming to pick me up?
I never told you it was not in there. He thought it was closed. Yeah. So when he came in there, like, what the hell is it? It was looking bad. Like, what? I mean, but the person was coming to get it. You know, he was standing right there. But they started calling to him. I mean, so if he was at pick bag up and left, you know, you pick bag up and walk through the door, you gonna walk right to the police. You hear? That's just how fast it was. I did like, I looked at him. I mean, they like, whose gun was? I told them they would take it. You hear? Because they just can't out. They just be brothers. The police that had me in cuffs, like, they take it. You hear? But he just, when they grabbed me, when I heard him, everybody just went, they went.
You thought he was gonna claim it?
It's in his brother's name.
But did you think he was gonna claim it right then and there?
I should have said and seen.
I should have. He said, that ain't good right there.
I should have.
I ain't gonna lie, man.
But really, at that point, it really worked because it was kind of still yours. Had you got your money yet?
Huh?
Because they were gonna pay you for it, right?
Every time I hear they call it good. Huh? Yeah. So every time I hear somebody kind of good, says good, like you go get the gun, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. If you came in and the only person you told was that you had to have said something to somebody else.
No.
Like, you need to really think about it. Because I don't think that Sean brother would tell me.
No, he ain't.
Right.
Who you think told him?
We got a call. Yeah, that's what they told me. They just, okay, I'm not the stupid thing, man. So, for whoever called y'all, they just like, they just had to be somebody who didn't like me. You know what I mean?
But how do they know that you got a gun in the back?
Right. You had to tell somebody. I got that.
I did.
I got this.
I wasn't keeping it.
Answer this. Do you think it's possible that you got set up? Because little deal about from Cleveland, he's still close to us.
I'm giving the gun back to him.
That's not what she said.
That's not what but did it get back to him?
What she? You get what she said, honestly?
Yeah, I give it now.
What you think Lindsay gonna say?
Man, they keep showing people hours, man.
That gun's gonna come back to somewhere. I'm willing to put money on it.
And we can verify from the time when you were in jail that you obviously couldn't shoot at nobody's house. But I guarantee you that gun's gonna come back to the scene.
It's like dominoes.
But shit, when I had the gun was never involved in that.
Well, I'm telling you, you already stated on January 20th, on January 20th, when you got the gun, up until the first time you went to jail. So if something comes back between that point of January 20th when you got it, up until the first time you went to jail, you're gonna eat that. Now, from the time you was in jail to when you got out,
You couldn't have done it.
you couldn't have done it because you were in jail.
Now that second block, which is about a week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever, you was out. If something comes back within that block, with that gun, you go eat it. The second time you go to jail, you got out. You know what I'm saying? So what happened? So okay, put it this way. Okay, I'm 50 chub. I got a one for it, so I'm chubbing. What happened? When the gun come back on something they had when I was in jail, and y'all see that I was the one who did. We need to do a little further investigation. Who did you get possession of that gun to? Shannon had possession of it, but already Shannon had possession of it too deep. So both of them like to come in and say something.
It's like a domino.
That's just how it works. Really, the gun's not come back on them because they already did got the gun for sale.
So that's what they told you. But do you trust them at this point?
If they got a fucking stick and they in the middle of a war, they ain't gonna do nothing.
What do you think Cleveland Avenue looked, he said when he found out that gun came back to him? What? That ain't it. I know
that ain't him.
Shit. I know he the one that it's in his hand. So you got some explaining to do. All I know is that Bluesy put how much down when his mom got shot? 20. So he done got a little more popular since then, right? So that number might have went up a little bit, right? When the word get out that what?
What
you think gonna happen?
Name?
We purposely had them put people out the courtroom because we didn't want certain shit. Just for preliminary hearing, because we didn't want certain shit. My son's sitting there like this. The fuck up out of this. He said put him out the courthouse. But just the G. Collins told Shannon he that the judge said they want their case number by the end of the day or some shit like that. Shannon them know that the G. Collins told them all that. Those are the G telling me. So that's what I'm saying. Once they get out, that y'all put, and I still say y'all, because y'all be y'all.
In the name of you.
Y'all put that to go there. I'm gonna tell y'all something today. Y'all talking everybody. Since I be now, everybody know that I haven't been like around doing them, fucking with them, period. Y'all now, you know what he did? They was scared me though once, and they put my picture on their page. I made it like I was with him. Slap it back. So everybody comes like my family like, what the hell you doing there? I don't know why you put that picture up. They would feel me. I'm like, he trying to make sure that we back. That's what you got out here. Yeah. This time. And then he just like, he put a picture on Instagram like that. I haven't spoken to him, said nothing to him, nothing at all. Not one word, nothing. I mean, I walk in the club, I walk right past him, walk to the back. I haven't said.
But to the streets, everybody still feel like you crew with them.
I'm gonna tell you what.
People who know.
Tell you what. Because if some of these niggas do everything, they been seeing me a lot. You know what I mean? They be some on me dancing up. Rich I'll be like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? They see me a lot. The ones they got like the older guys, they kind of like very money stuff like that. They know I ain't do it. They know I ain't got nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on. That's why when I be around, I don't need to be scared when I be around. You feel me? Like, see, all the difference it is, the ones tell you who locked up. His crew. That's the only difference. Them niggas. I mean, the head gang. They cool.
The younger ones, the ones that ready to shoot.
They're all ones, I mean, they have real problem.
Them kill shooters, ain't it?
I really want to say no, but they all, you know what I mean? That's how they got out with the kids. You feel what I'm saying?
Right, that's the big one.
Yeah, so, but me and them had, like, we had problems with them before. Yeah, like.
What you want to have? What you want to have from this point forward, basically?
since I told y'all out here, man, I gotta be real, man. Y'all gotta get to me, man. Y'all gotta lock me up, cuz. Who do you read? I gotta get told it.
You the key.
Told it, I don't hear them. But, I mean, y'all have to.
Absolutely. Like if you give us something to go off for, then see, you think you know if anybody, I'm gonna do my job. I ain't got a problem with it. But you're gonna have to be honest and you're gonna have to say your role, how you know, like you just gonna have to put it all out there. Because half truth is still a lot of me.
But I know, okay, I know a lot of people don't have something to say about this stuff, but I know a lot of people been, and besides that, I mean, I know if I go to jail, I'll go to prison, man. Like you said, they gonna do me like they doing nothing, but I'm trying to avoid it. I mean, so if we jail, I ain't trying to send in the jail where I was last time for a family. Yeah, I ain't trying to send out in that whole town by myself. I'm crazy, folks, man. They let me out. Sometimes I don't let me out. I think, man.
You want to go in the dorm? But if you go in the dorm, you're not safe.
I know they jumped on the D in there. But
What they jump up for?
Kel never did.
Why?
They say Kel went with a screwdriver. Say, and the rest of them just beat him up. And if he can't say himself.
You feel like your life is angry in jail?
I know it is. I know it is. Even in Henry County.
In Henry County? They got folks down there?
Them niggas know me down there.
I mean, you all over Instagram and shit.
I know, like, I try to fight like that. I be stressing. I try to fight, I try to hide it, but I can't do nothing. Like, I just went in and said all these. It ain't no use to start to hell with it, man. Like, cause guess what? I can tell you everything and can't nobody put me on no scene to nothing. I ain't done that to nobody. Can't nobody do that to me. But I mean, man, I just know if I just keep going, I ain't no telling how long I can send it right to me. Man, I really.
Eventually, you're going to get possibly transferred over. She going to come get you.
I just want to be in jail, man. I mean, unfortunately, I do whatever. I will. Why, like I said, I go around through it. Like when she's just like they're gonna talk to me. I mean, I know it ain't never me to get back in, but you know what I'm saying? I find out what the truth did, who he did it with. I find out everything.
And all that's great, but you know what bothers me?
They done doing something to me.
No, it ain't about them doing something to you. It's the fact you ain't gonna stay clean.
Between time, I just said.
Let's say just hypothetically speaking. Now I'm gonna be real with you.
The one thing I don't get all this. I mean, one snitch out with a snitch. I ain't no coming back. I done told y'all all these right here. I know I'm not survive nowhere else. I mean, nowhere else like what? In jail. So, you think I be trying to be out here doing stuff? You know what I mean? Listen, when I get out, I'm going to certain places, putting pictures up because I was trying to prove that I don't know snitch. I mean, right. I mean, if they were thinking of me, they did like, I mean, they still acting normal and stuff like that. I don't even do stuff like that. I was being actually, I spend more time with my baby and the mom more than anybody. All the time I'm with them is when we get hard. And guess what? When we get hard, I just go hang with him. But I promise, from this day forward, man, I want to break no more law ever again. I just need help. That's what it is. I just need
and that's what I want you to understand is it's hard for me to put my neck out there to say that I'm out for a person 100% when opportunities have been given to you. Hold on, I'll let you speak. Opportunities have been given to you several times by me to just tell me what it is. If I find out later, I'm gonna look at you differently. You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and say that. And I'm not saying I believe what you say, but if it, just hypothetically speaking, we get to the point where, let's say the U.S. Attorney wants to wire you up, mic you up, or, you know, have you make some calls, or do whatever, I can't fully say that I would put my neck out there to save you, because you've not told me the truth too many times. But have I lied to you? Not telling the truth and telling half truth is a lie to me. But another thing was kind of this though. You said the other one was some stuff, or you said you didn't have it. And that's what you never asked me. You asked the other person other stuff. Now that's not it. But I said, when I was because you didn't say nothing about the gun. You just talked to me about everything. You didn't say nothing about the gun. That was my purpose coming out there. You didn't say nothing about it though. You said
She would have asked you. She didn't ask you. She would have asked you.
I know that.
She would have asked
I would have put my hand down, but what I'm saying is, I don't like out of everything. Like when you get me in whatever, I try to contact you. First time I come from car, I look. You just see the black you have I just was scared to ask you, could I be able to do this for me? I just felt like if I could just go down a direction instead of just telling out everything. You ain't the best with me, bro. So I understand. I'm just like,
and give her a little bit.
I just know you want to put me on the right track, but not drive me there. No. It's like I just want to direct me a little bit. Not even, but I already know it's going to come behind. You know what I mean? There ain't going to be any paper. I mean, ain't going to be doing this, doing that. But now, I'm telling you right like that. But now, what I'm telling you now, I just said, I give you everything you need to know. I just wanna, like now I'm asking, like, just help. I mean, if you can help me, I ain't saying because I'm in trouble now, but I really need the help. Like, I need it. And if you can help me, I promise you, I'm gonna sit right here right now and give you stuff like, I'm telling you I'm not just lying. If you want to catch Shannon right now, I can tell you exactly how to do it. If you thought they're just anybody, I just want to help. It doesn't work that fast. Like, you can't sit here and tell me something, I take your word and I'm gonna get warranted, but we share later. It don't work like that. You know that. I understand. But you know what I mean? I'm not gonna back down on it. If you help me, I'm not gonna back down on it. And that's my word. Everything I done told you, if you can help me, I'm not gonna back down. It's just the end of it. I just need help with it, and that's all I need. I don't want to just be left out there by myself. Like, and I get and I understand that. And if you willing to not only help me, but will help yourself, but help me in this process, I'm gonna help you get it done. I can put you in places with people that can make it happen, but you gotta be 100% true. I promise I will. I ain't no, like, listen to me. Half truth is a lie. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. Half truth is a lie. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. And if I'm afraid to put my neck out there because you saying you're gonna tell the truth and you don't tell the whole truth and the half truth, all that shit, then I look like an idiot.
And in due time, it's coming out.
It's always come out. This was a month and a half ago with this gun shit. But we take our time. I know the work case. I know. I just felt like, okay, I can't tell y'all this. Then y'all let it go. I'm going right back out there. You know what I mean? So I just kept looking at like, but it's been plenty times I be wanting to ask y'all like, you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with asking for help, but you can't have one foot in and one foot out.
You can't play both sides of what she's saying.
What I'm saying is, bro, before I let somebody hurt people up, you gonna protect yourself, but then you gotta deal with the consequences that come with that. Right?
When you lost your right to possess a firearm, you're gonna have to roll the dice to try to have it do not let them hurt me.
Well, fucking move. But I mean, the biggest thing I didn't want to do was somebody did, you know what I mean? I understand. But and I know that. I know I messed up, you know what I mean? And all these years because of it, like, I wasn't on their pep. I wasn't nowhere going this way. I mean,
I don't even be locked up, going through none of this shit. That nigga, they never did.
He was chasing your dream through his dream.
I actually was trying to be rich, like,
You trying to get up?
Free, right.
then he was this, then he know us, so he was happy, he was this, I mean, all thing about it was, like, he introduced me to a lot of people, you know what I mean, like, I was mean, these people still remember my face, like, but all thing about it is, like, the nigga just telling people, like, I'm this, I'm that, and that shit I wasn't doing, you know what I'm saying, like,
But I say you basically is a glue.
Right.
yes, like, I just let him do it, and then, when it came down to it,
You wasn't ready to do no cool shit.
no, he just used me, like, he put my face on it, but got you doing it. You feel what I'm saying? And then, when I got with him, that wasn't what it was about. You know what I'm saying? When I first got with him, I was just so excited with the shit I was seeing. You know what I'm saying? He seen it. And he just let me run.
You knew how he was on fire. They put the hair in front of the rabbit and you steady doing this to chase him.
So, and guess what? Right now, like, this nigga thug, he just, like, right now, he's just, like, she wanted me talking to him bad. He was listening. They don't call me 3 times. And I mean, you know what? I call him a few ways. I mean, I call his sister. I'm like, damn, y'all going right to my red, I'm sticking this and that. So I tell my like, I want to they told, you want to tell me too. I want to they told my child that that's my, I've been talking to police, this and that. So like, no, when you say that like that, they say what I'm saying, you want to call it up. Like, now you got to call the people like I'm a rat, then never think that, you know what I mean? Shut up, boy, I got a phone call. I called my sister phone. Yeah, called my phone later. 2 minutes later. Like, who is this? I said, yeah. Like, what's up, bro? I ain't got I get no, I already called him. He's like, yeah, what the hell you got going on, bro? I cut my look, man. I already got me. I don't know what y'all got going on. They somebody all y'all in the studio, somebody. I'm telling them this and that. I mean, what's up with that, bro? He's like, I don't have to take the issue, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you, bro. I mean, I know one thing about it, you ain't gonna tell him. You know what I'm saying? He said, Moonson come back to the studio telling Thug and I keep telling the police. Moonson and Shannon was trying to get the spot I was in. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't, so, spot they think you is. Yeah. No, like, he was like, he was paying buying a lot of stuff. Like, wow. I don't know. You know what? A lot of people say, I'm a bitch, bro. I'm not born, I'm born home. I never had, like, I go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? They promise you this stuff. All first I had problems.
So it don't make, with all that being said, it don't make sense why this man picked you out of everybody. He did crime free, he did shit on Cleveland Avenue. Why he picked Lil Woozy? Like, what loyalty does he have to you with that? He feels like right now he got to take your ass out because you know a little too much. Everybody knows too much. No, they don't. But everybody targets.
Not like you.
I'm gonna tell you why, because you're running my life.
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. When I say you contradict yourself to say that you ain't did that, you ain't this, you ain't that. But this man taking you everywhere you go. It keeps you right here with him.
I'll be honest with y'all. I'm not doing this. When they come at me, I had people that kept me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel blood, more, crip, G, well. You know what I'm saying? And those do that. So before I let somebody hurt me, I got people out there that'll do something for me. Nah, you do it yourself before you let somebody else do it.
It wouldn't mean as much.
Yeah, I will.
No, I'm saying it wouldn't mean as much.
If a person can't hurt me, like when they came to my house and tried to use my girl in my bed, I was coming to the edge. You know? And I wasn't gonna stop. You know what I mean?
So when did you stop?
Well, I'm gonna tell them that day.
Right.
You gonna tell why I stopped? Because it shit hurt me.
Right.
I started just 3 weeks. Listen, I started just 3 weeks with that on my mind. And you know what I did? They had me in the room.
That's what
I lose my mind.
Do you want to go there again?
No.
You want to go in general, Pop?
I don't want to get period, but I really want to do it. I'm lazy then. Yes.
All right, we're going to give you what's the day? Wednesday. I guarantee by Sunday. Even before that, he gonna be like, get me out of here.
Yeah, but I understand. I know you're gonna jump on me, stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want to, but that wound, man. Listen, I like, man.
Get your mind together. You gotta get your mind together. You charge, you not going anywhere, so you need to get your mindset that I don't want to be there for.
I know that I'm going to jail. But what I'm saying is, man, that he went on me. He said, oh, man, I'm saying over here.
It ain't over with. It ain't never over.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry now. And I mean, I said, I promise I'm gonna back out next. I mean, I'm fine now. Like I said, man, if they're gonna keep me out of jail and y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, murder, man, can't take and one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Right? I'm good with anybody. Like, even all the shit going on. I mean, it's 2015, 1:16 p.m. You made that, right? I put on my own soul, I mean. Okay.
Who shot Trivia in the house?
You never find out. I know who shot. You did? No, I know who shot. You do? It wasn't this. It wasn't. And you know why I made it one to him?
What?
Because he know it wasn't me. He still out with my name. You know what I mean? He dropped me my baby off in Bay Shine and went to a chance to do baby off. In one car. The truck, once we had a truck that day, he dropped his off. Yes, he did. I know you shaking his head. Once he dropped his off. And he let Trill come out here and tell the police that I talked to him. He told me, I'm dope. I said, yeah, nah, because one thing back. I've been shot up. They can check my name for residue. You know what I mean? I can prove that I ain't done it. I came right down here, you know, he did. I told him, forgot without a question again. It takes a lot of these stores to leave me alone. I mean, nobody heard me when I heard they gonna kill. Damn. I mean, this, you know, he did to me. Yeah, $300,000. The whole. And he left. Came back.
And you ain't get none.
I don't care about money. I don't. You care about money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me.
You just said the most amount of money for the game.
But he left you with 300, and I guess he came back and gave you a 1,000 again, and you were good.
That nigga ain't giving nobody no money.
Shit.
Right. He gave $20,000 money. Yeah.
What about Duke?
No money.
What is Duke wrong in all this?
He get a lot of money. About 5,000.
Yeah. Duke is Jack?
Nah, Jack is Duke is two different people.
Okay.
Duke with the
Right, Duke is the one.
Yak was a yak guy that's there.
Okay.
But
it's just, why is it so wrong to you?
Because
why?
Yeah, goes up to me. Shannon goes up to me. Duke know about me. You know what I'm saying?
What they know about you?
Duke gave my brother weed. They smell like my shop. And when he came back to get my brother smoke weed, we took the weed from him.
So they know you about that action?
Oh, I ain't scared. Yeah, you ain't no hoe about it. Nah, I'm not.
And I don't believe you are.
Yeah, I mean,
but the story that keeps making us come back to this point is you keep selling this he just loves me so much and he takes care of me because no, he takes care of you because you his fucking dog.
They can't get shit when I was never come there. You know what he said when they asked me to be someone's blood? Y'all got me fucked up. That's how you think I am. So throw this shit.
Are you talking about there?
Yeah. Somebody just he changed his name.
He's flying over.
No. They just like good. They saying fuck all of it, bro. I mean,
scared dog.
He got us in this shit.
Y'all got yourself in this shit.
Yeah, you're right.
By letting another man help you.
Yeah.
You a grown ass man. You gotta stand up to you and yours.
Honestly, the only reason he got me in because he put my name in his song and he got everybody thinking like this. But you know what? I haven't been doing this, I haven't been doing that.
What's new?
What am I gonna do for?
I'm just saying, sometimes you have to do. That's like, what's the fight, man? I'm you.
So, I understand.
But what I was getting at is, on the news, when you watch the news, it's a lot of bull crap, but it's a lot of truth in every story, right? So, your name ain't just coming up out the blue for no reason, bro.
Just told you, man.
That's what you say. I think it's a part of truth in everything you say, but I think it's a bunch of bullshit in a lot you say.
I'm gonna tell you about it.
What?
You never got to play shit with.
But how he gonna be the only one buzzing? He gonna start calling you a hoe. So you finna tell me that you tell it, you and Denikian ain't doing nothing. So Shannon's like, watch out, dog, I got it. Hey, y'all, she ain't gonna bother with, and I'm gonna tell everybody to buzz, G.
Got three? Yeah.
Mom, shot three, though.
Yeah, T. Huh?
It's always shot three.
Gonna tell you what it is? Go eat shit together.
Exactly what I know.
But you gonna tell you what?
What?
Shannon took over there. What I mean? Shannon did. Shannon came out to me, he took it around.
So Shannon basically knew you really wasn't truly about that action, and he was, so he wanted to take your spot.
Shannon got mad because I really liked her go. You know what I mean? Shannon just had, he still got so much proof.
What you got to prove?
Home ain't got no money. I just asked my $10. You know what I'm trying to tell you? They man went on 30, they took to it, came back with $800. That's crazy. You're not listening to me, man. I have no reason to lie. If I have something I ain't told you as much as I said, what the hell I got locked on them? You go to next. Nah. Tell me you say. Ain't no trick or nothing. Nah, it ain't that shit. I'm just serious, like, tell me that.
You don't want to eat nothing?
I'm hungry, and I got butterflies. I can't eat that.
Get the boys on that. I got chicken sandwich.
You know what I mean? So,
You eat it, you don't, then you already did right to it, then fuck it.
man, I'm trying to avoid all this. You know what I mean? Like I said, whatever y'all need me to do, but I'm not scared. I'm not scared to do it, man. It's all. I'm not scared to do it. If that's what it takes, I'll do it. I'll go right into it, no problem, man.
We're gonna take a little break, brother. All right.
Fuck you, man.
stand up and stretch. Wait for this next part to start.
Your Honor, there's a 45-minute gap. There's some certain excerpts here. However, we are going to fast forward and come back to those 45 minutes. What's in that 45-minute gap?
Okay, sure what you mean by that.
So right now, we're going to fast forward to 2:01:21.
Is there some issue or question about the other part?
No, Your Honor, but
Go ahead. Is there an objection, Mr. Sharp? I'm assuming. Speak into your mic so everybody can hear you. I'll do the same.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming the state is saying that they're going to fast forward to the next time Mr. Copeland speaks. Is that correct?
he also speaks within this 45 minutes, but it's sporadic. And so we're going.
Well, I think the jury needs to hear what he says.
Oh, okay, well, we can sit.
Well, I'm not trying to make, this is the state's evidence, and I'm not trying to make anyone sit for 45 minutes, but I want the jury to hear everything that Mr. Copeland says while he's alone.
Okay, are you planning to play it at some point?
Your Honor.
You're gonna go back to all his little, everything he says in that 45 minutes. We just, yeah, as long as they're gonna play it. I don't know why they want to play it out of order, but whatever, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am. Yeah. It's blurring right here.
I understand.
I gotta see if it holds any.
He just has to-
I can go sit out there.
Sorry, Lord, yeah, you have to sit here through all of it, leave that screen on.
I can use my phone.
No, you cannot use your phone, you just have to sit there, sorry.
We'll be starting at 2:43:50.
You know what it is? Let's put it at you know, mistakes.
You remember me from the first couple times, right? Remember that? Corey? See, remember my name? Corey? No, remember that Corey, man. Corey, something like that. That ain't Curry.
That ain't Curry.
Curry.
know I ain't Denzel or nothing like that. Yeah, you got to do it. What am I? Go ahead. All right, Mr. Coleman. I understand you had a little bit more information want to say about Peanut murder and all that. What you heard, what you know, what somebody told you, whatever. So, would you like to tell me? What you want to know? Okay. What you know about it? Who the shooters were involved? Who was in the car? What kind of car it was? Where they get it from? All that. Which one? However you want to put it to the same way you explained it to us. What little details the big guy told you? I want you to explain it to this man. Because he's the one investigating the case, let you know. So I just heard the guy like they killed him. Yeah, he's like, well, they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, my heart started pounding my hoop. He like, damn. And another guy in the car, he shut up. So we get blind. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me, I was already trying to get a head away from him. So I went to FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot. I was saying, boy, he there might not make it. I'm like, who? Like, Nut. I'm like, him. And he like, shit, well, you know they could scream like me, right? And well, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So shit, I'm like, man, my head started hurting, so I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his throw out. They didn't first up. So we pull up, tell me again who I was in the first car. I gotta explain how it was, because I ain't know. So we pull up his throw out. I pulled. But when we first pulled up, Doug got out there the front door and walked in. Doug got out the car. Yeah, I don't know. He got the little nitro truck and walked in the house, like walked in the little house. And the truck wouldn't pull out. So I went pull. So I pulled. Now he got cut. And me and didn't cut. Now he got cut. And me and D got up. So now I get walking in front, but Doug went in and they opened the side. So then we walked to the side door. Shannon yet coming like up the sidewalk, like he got dropped off around the corner. So we all walk in. Boom. So nobody's in the everybody's real quiet. So we get up in the apartment we stay in, whatever. Goddamn. I think everybody really just quiet. Thugs like getting shit together. Shit like what? Like he leave. Just like he packing clothes? Yeah, like, I mean, and then his sister knows that. They like, something. Really, too much was to see. You feel me? Like, it was just quiet. Like movement. So, let me see. I think I left these up. Just right there, I left. That one got his son. So my put up and told where they son, I was like, she got in the cup. She was our friend. She got in the cup. Man, he need to kill blood, bro. She like, who? I told her. She told him. She like, what happened? I said, I don't know. DJ got in the car like shit. But you know what I mean? They told me like that. So she like, what you gonna do? I fucking ain't gonna do. I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She like, yeah, you know, like we all knew they gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car. We go home. So we got out of the car home. Then when the car got behind us, they were on the red Camaro. Then when they got behind us, started following us to the apartment. And then the other two cars made up there, but we turned out and then we heard got out of there. I put cut green right at the mile. So I had got one to come get her. So one to come get me, my girl, and there were two. I mean, it was Diamond and Deshaun Diamond and Bull. There were three of them, and me and Monto. So I think I took Georgia. I took Deshaun to Georgia. I took her. She
she stayed with, we dropped, the other two girls off in JoJo house. And Moon got his girl and his little boy. I mean, so we ran around, so she's like, where the hell we gonna go? Cause we know they could come. I just told her they just find the cook. So next thing you know, everybody started saying my name. So when everybody started saying I did, I said, Moon like, hell no, what I gotta do, bro? So they, Moon like, shit, well, you know you ain't do it, goddamn, this and that. So I'm like, well, I need to go down there and tell these folks no, bro. So I said, Moon did. Moon like, shit. What do you say? Like, yeah, he's like, well, when they start screaming my name, don't go down there. But long story short, Thug called phone. Cold phone. Motor phone. And we're like, well, them niggas pulled up at his house, they outside his house. They were looking out the window. They pulled up 3 cars, he is bad inside there. So you talking about the Kevin, they pulled up outside Motor's house. So while they sitting outside Motor's house, I mean, not Motor, Thug house, while they shot outside Thug's house, Thug kept calling Motor, tell Motor to pull up. See, he didn't know how to beat Motor. I mean, trying to get Motor to pull up and get him away from the house. Right. But I think his sister ended up calling the police or something, but they pulled out her sister. Yeah. I don't think she called. I know she said something about it. And when they pulled out, Thug had somebody pull up and drive him straight out of town.
Is this house that you talking about where they came after rape? This in Atlanta?
Yeah, they on Sky House.
Sky House.
So they the man came and drove Thug out. Nah, I'm so scared. We pulled up at the house at Lenny's. So we get to the house at Lenny's. All his brothers and sisters were down there. I mean, and he was just patient, like he didn't know what to do. But everybody instantly was hearing my name. And I just see him like, I mean, I was like, damn, I wanted everybody, how the fuck y'all do this? Like, I mean, what the hell that did somebody? I ain't want to at the time, I just quiet, I just stand there, and then.
So you did not want to say you didn't do it?
Huh?
You didn't want to say in front of everybody you ain't do it, or why y'all say my name?
They weren't saying my name. They knew what was going on. I already know. I mean, everybody just in the street saying my name, like, who did. I mean, so I was like, damn, what the hell? So when I already ran around, I was so scared. Okay, I left through the house. When I left through the house, he called. Nah, bitch, I'm scared, boy. I told him I was in Canada by my sister's house. And I got away from everybody. I was scared. So I called my girl mom. And I told her, I was talking on the phone, and I was telling her what happened. Like, they just kept me, man, saying I did. I didn't have nothing to do with it. So she was like, man, I was talking for a minute. And then she was just like, well, don't go down on your own. Just wait till the police say you come out there. I was like, right. And then when I got on her, I finally later, I seen the ambulance and the police car flying it, like going towards Summer Hill, like where she stayed. And then I thought like, when me and Kel, like when we let these go with each other, he told me he knew my girl. So I called her home back. I'm like, is you at home? She like, nah. I like, okay, I'm just trying to make sure you in that house. She like, nah, I'm out. You know what I mean? I like, okay. I got her phone up. So I called brother. I told brother, like, hey, bro, these niggas know you stay out the house. You feel me? They just left her house. My brother like, what the hell? I told him what happened. Well, they need to kill nothing, bro. You need to think like this. So brother like, he get out, get the kid, they get out the house. So when they leave out the house, go ahead. Get that out of it. Throw leave.
This is the same night.
You got kids. This night, it's like all the time. Thug called the man, like the people that drive you around. He called them and had the person that drive him around. It's his personal man. So he had him to drive him straight to Florida to Birdman House. Like him, Thug, his sister, a girl, the other daughter, and now right, and yeah, I think it was just them right there. All of them drove straight to Florida. So they went to Florida. Now, I said, you call right there in front of them. Know what I mean? And you're like, well, what you call out? I'm like, yeah, because I didn't do nothing. You feel what I'm saying? And everybody legal like, cause I held the phone, walked out. And when I walked out, I heard that everybody got quiet.
So you didn't want to, so you went back and talked to
I just turned around like, phone like, I mean, they're like, yeah, they shot my baby move house. And when he told me to come down, everybody was just looking right there and there, like, what the fuck? Yeah. So I'm like, bro, I went there, I can't say that, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Right. So he's like, yeah, I mean, from Moonton bring me down here. I come with him right here. I come in here to talk to him. And when I leave, I gotta call my brother. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to get caught up in it, man. It just
So who's in the car that's supposed to get the drive-by on Peanut?
This was Latif broke the story down. He said, I think he was in the car, leaving the sky. And he said, they rolled past the scene, nothing, standing outside. They went somewhere and changed clothes. Nah, that's what it was. I dropped Shannon D out there through the house. I had went home with my baby mom. And then Doug left and was rolled past nothing and seen him and went to a gas station and seen Yak and his pump.
And the gas station, when we come to which gas station?
I just listened to the story, so they seen them, they switched cars at the gas station. Doug got in the car with the girl. Doug and I think the D. They got in the car with the girl. And there were 4 left in the car. Yeah, Shannon, Nod, and Dua. They Yak pump. Them 4 got in the car. You know what I'm saying? They said they just rolled past the shot.
What do I look like?
Oh, he's short. He's like a midget. So you ain't gonna see him because he don't be around.
How can I find him?
Metropolitan.
Metropolitan, boy.
I don't know if they still got his spot right there. They got a trap out right there. He got an issue right there, don't know his name.
Is it something do up? Or does it sound like that?
See, look, you going Yak page. He shot a nigga out named Maddie. Maddie who? Maddie. M-A-L-I. And I think Dua might be on his page.
We'll go to Yak page. So D told you this is the only thing that was involved in the shooting. Me personally told you that.
Yeah.
And how did you know? Because one of them told him?
Nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's riding in the club with them. Okay. Yeah. And then, when they said do it, these guys got another club. And they went this way, they went that, they went back to him. And then how did it happen? They all pull up on Cleveland. And Ladina right there, they just got in the car like they talking about it. So they got the guns. I think they had 2 guns. A chopper and a handgun. They got the guns and put it in the car. And they just been rolled off in the car.
So when did Bentley pull up? But you didn't say Bentley's name.
Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He the one who took them to the sky house. I did it.
Okay.
So
they called Bentley after the shooting.
Yeah,
they put wherever they were on Cleveland.
The Bentley spot was on Cleveland.
Right.
You read? So I guess they went through went straight to Bentley spot. And when Thug was at Bentley spot, they pulled up on Thug. And when they got to Bentley spot, they wiped the car down. And then he said, I don't know if it was Bentley. It had to be somebody. If it went Bentley, it was somebody that, he got the car and drove left with the car. You know what I'm saying? And he left with the car and the guns.
And do you know what kind of car it was? Like,
it was an Infiniti, I think.
The Infiniti?
Yeah.
Like a new one? Do you know, was it somebody's registered car or was it a rental?
It was a rental car.
Where do they usually rent the cars from?
The airport.
You know, like Hertz, Enterprise.
I went with Thug when he rented the car.
That's what I'm saying. Which one was it?
At the airport.
You stay in the airport, there's a rental car.
I don't know which one it was.
So you went with Thug when you rented the Infiniti?
Yeah. Nah, he took Conrad back and got the Infiniti.
He took the vet back and got the Infiniti.
Yeah.
You remember how long before the murder that was?
Probably like the murder happened like probably 2 days later. Yeah, shit like that.
Okay, wait a minute, okay. He rented the Infiniti after the shooting?
No.
Before, 2 days before the shooting.
Yeah, you talking about that red car there?
Maurice, huh?
Go ahead.
He had the Corvette. What color was it? Gray.
Gray Corvette.
Yeah. He took the gray Corvette back. and got the thing. He never was like he didn't leave the work hard. I mean, he told him he want to trade car. And we got the Grand Phoenix, this is because they detected. Like, I had video. See, if I had my own phone, I can show you a video I put on my page. But I ain't show the car, I was just playing the music. I mean, I was playing the car, listening to the music. But when I put the video on my Instagram, I ain't know. And they just like, well, take that video off the page. You know what I'm saying? That's how, I mean, I remember how, what they used.
You know, was it nighttime or in evening, whatever y'all in the video? No, when he took the vet back and got it.
He took it back in the daytime.
The other day, huh?
You got to walk across the bridge on the airport. Yeah, going to park they had top. He took it right there. They tried to make it. They gave him his pen. He got his pen.
You know, if you pay with cash or credit card, how you pay for it?
He paid for the deal. He paid for the rental car. I mean, the Corvette.
Right.
But he supposed to have the Corvette longer than he had. So I don't know how they pay for it.
But you don't know how
he just switched Corvette for.
Right.
So he just switched it out.
So there really wasn't no money exchange.
He was
Just
just
If you rented under his name or somebody else's name.
See, it was like it was a lie. They was on line talking, so I don't know. Like how many people behind the thing?
But it was only y'all two at the arrest.
I'm right there with him.
And it was y'all two.
What you mean?
When y'all went to do the switch out, it was you and just him. There wasn't no girl with you and nobody else.
I was just being told. Yeah.
So Lil D told you all of this after the fact.
Yeah. I knew the car. I mean, I didn't want to get rid of it. I mean,
I know, but with all that, with the company, I know that shit surrounding you, man. You should have been dug yourself out of that hole.
But you know, I did. Listen, when they came shot me and my baby, man, I couldn't run from it. Like I was already. It got worse.
Hey, Mr. Cole, listen to what I'm saying. Stop your mind for a minute. Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why Kelly was coming after you because they had no other reason but to come after you. But if you would have just went on ahead and, hey, this is what somebody told me, blah, 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 your name been cleared straight from the rip. Okay, straight from the rip. But understand this. While I'm out there, while your names came up like that.
Okay, I knew before he probably even died and I knew my name would come back. Like, because they just the type of niggas they care now. I mean, I know that's it.
And understand this. They don't need to do an investigation like us to say that you're guilty. All they gotta do is hear from one fuck out there, you guilty. Okay, that's all it took, one person. Okay, let me ask you this.
6 months, drag day.
How many times did we ask you, did you have something on this?
A lot.
It's okay. Okay.
But yeah, I understand it. It's hard. Like
I know, but understand this. But no.
I'm gonna go to jail. You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna go to jail. They gonna jump on me. I ain't gonna let them take care of it. You already take care of it.
You gonna
trust me, we already take care of it. Okay, and understand this. You gotta face what you've done wrong.
Okay, I didn't do that.
Okay, stop that. How old are you, Mr. Coleman?
23.
Okay, you're 23. Okay. By legal status, you're a grown ass man. And one of the things I learned from a young man, shit, the old school used to tell me, bro, a man stands up to his own fucking mistakes. It's not your fault, it's my fucking fault. I'm gonna own up to it, deal with it, and move the fuck on. You keep receding back to a 10-year-old. It's everybody's fault but mine. I'm in a situation because it's everybody's fault but mine. I'm going to confront it because whatever.
You get what you still gotta get. Okay. If they saying they were throwing them on other things, get what you gonna say? Well, I tell you what. Even though they gonna still try to keep it on me. Like, look, I really didn't have anything to do with it. People was coming at me like I did it.
Okay, right. And what did I tell you from the start? I'm here to either prove or disprove you had something to do with it. But you never gave me anything to disprove you had anything to do with it. Understand that.
Let me tell you what I mean. I knew it all. I knew it. called. They go, I didn't do what I told. So I said, like, so you rather your life is, and they keep living party, you know. It was that. It been 10 times I was like, man, I can't go to this no more. I couldn't sleep. I was like, hungry. I didn't want to tell because I said, I knew. Let me say something. I did it. Everybody on my face, you're going to get a lot of people coming out. Loyalty is a two-way street. You ready? If motherfuckers don't show you no loyalty, you're not going to have no loyalty back to them. Okay? They pretty much put you on the branch and left your ass out there. And when I realized they left me out there, I went here and did, like, now, you know what I mean? But they were giving you clues then, but you didn't want to pick it up. You didn't want to see that because I know what. There's dude, you got the shit on your armor. Okay? There's dude, I wrote went through some shit with, we partners to this day. Okay? Them motherfuckers are loyal to me, I'm loyal to them because guess what? We never pissing each other from cornflakes. Okay? But they don't piss in your cornflakes and shit in your food. They don't give a fucking rat shit about you, dog. They really don't. They're all about themselves now. But you're right. If you would have got taken out with your girl and your child, they would have shed a fake ass tear and moved on about their fucking business.
B.I.T. Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, what we going on?
Yeah, I know that. I thought about it every day, but I keep saying, but what I'm saying is, yeah, a whole lot of other people out there, this ain't got nothing to do with it. They don't come out to me. You feel what I'm saying, bitch?
You remember that what I showed you earlier? When I made the circle and I showed you everybody that versus Woody.
Yeah. I see that.
You see that? That's gonna happen regardless. We can't make it. This is a whole game. We can't make it go away. We can't make it go away. We can make it go away with your help, baby.
How long you been knowing, or how many times do you think you've seen Nara? That ain't him on the pitch. You ain't even seen the pitch. I seen when you didn't do it. That ain't know it. That's not Nara? Okay. I did not know that. I'm going to like know it. I know that name. What you said? Know it. Know it. A-A-R-D. Yeah. I don't know if they're underscore bad or they're bad or what. Okay. You got already locked up though? You locked up? Yeah. You locked up for kidnapping. Yeah, a couple of girls, right? Yeah. They won't. Where at? What side of town? You know that? Yeah. Where's that? No. What side of town is this girl didn't get in trouble? Southwest. They just caught. They got caught with Cleveland. They kidnapped this girl. Nah, they did fine. They him right up. Okay. See, bro. I know. Look at me, Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole. Raise your head up. Yeah, you have no how hard it is right now. I can only imagine. You've been public enemy number one for 6 months now. Folks shooting at you, doing all that, and you still got that loyalty, or you held on to that loyalty to these people who basically, in a sense, have turned on you, or pushing you aside. And you didn't tell on them. You know what I'm saying? And you still hold on to that loyalty. It just comes to a point where you gotta stop thinking about them and think about you and your family. I ain't thinking about them. I'm thinking about me and my family. Like, I know. You know, I actually, man, I did this 30 days in Henry County Jail, 30-some days for something I ain't do. And I'm thinking, I hate being away from them. I think about them more than anything. Man, my grandma shit. Man, I sit right here. I go to a lot, man. I hate being in jail. I understand I did stuff, but I didn't do it because, I had to. Hey, Mr. Cole, look at me. You're telling me right here, right now, I'm not a bad person. I just got caught in doing some dumb shit. That's basically what you're saying. I understand that. Okay? I'm not living life of a fucking angel. I'm not even pretending I am. Okay? I'm not even pretending I am. Partner, I'll probably be in hell before you. Okay?
But I'm not here to judge you. But I do know one thing, you don't want to do motherfuckers to a fault. Plain and simple. Like Detective Gates said, you want to be public enemy number one to protect them all the way through. Now, at one time, they say, yo, dog, let me help you out of this. Send you here, send your girl there, do this, do that. They left you out there and left the motherfuckers continue to come after you. They're not trying to say, no one at all said, hey, we had nothing to do with this. Now, one time, all you took was one, you're supposed to say one time, boy, had nothing to do with it. Boy was with me. Over here doing this, doing that. People would took that shit for a grain of salt and ran with it. Yo, man, Warren's over here with young buck. You over here at the studio cutting the track. How can he be over there doing that? He trying to cut the track with young buck. But no, they put you out there and left you out there. When all that shit was going on, he wasn't was a young man, I'm around with you no matter where you go. Every time they get a call with you and say, yo, come ride with me. Because they're leaving you out there to take the full blame for everything.
See, they know I couldn't say it because, everybody know, like,
you said it right there. They knew you couldn't say anything. They knew you were not going to be the one to just start talking. That the whole weight of the universe had to fall on your fucking shoulders before you even start opening your mouth. Because you do the dance around game. You do the dance around game. That's what you do. And they knew, no matter what, this dude is loyal, and he's going to keep on doing what he needs to do. But in the meantime, everybody going about their business. They left you out there.
The thug gave a damn about you. He throw 20,000 in the club, do this, move you and your girl away for a little while. I ain't saying because you love Atlanta, you're going to come back to Atlanta. But it's hot right now, move you away. Did they do that? Did he give you money to y'all time? I don't think they knew where y'all stayed because y'all still in the same spot. Did he put y'all up in another spot? One second. Who was that? Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, and you can be honest or whatever. At any point in time that day that Pino was killed, did you go by that barbershop? Daniel Street?
No, sir. I
Street? What else?
left out the house. I left out the house right before I got killed. I was in the house the whole day. I was sleeping. And when I left out the house, I pulled right up from Canterville. When I left from Canterville, I pulled up on Cleveland. Came out to meet D. And when D got in the car, he told me in my face that Jay got killed. And when he told me that right then and there, I was like, I just can't house. I mean, so I didn't know they were gonna do it. I ain't never heard Thug say kill that. That's why when I heard it, it shocked me. I was like, what the hell they kill home for? Like, I mean, I just go to shoot. Why the hell they kill Cam? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why the hell they kill? Like, he wasn't the problem. Man, they need nothing. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was something personal between him and Cam. I mean, but
What was personal between him and Thug?
I don't know. I never heard it. Never found it out. I just knew nothing. Like, one day they told him to come to the studio. He told us, like, yeah, wait, now to take me up. I mean, he started going up there. So they're the only I just never knew.
Anything else you gonna add, bro? Get it on off your chest now.
All right, this is probably a good time to break for lunch. All right, so let us come back here at 1:30.
I step out.
Yes, be back at 1:30. All right, is there gonna be anything where we'll need to take up in the interim? I'm not in that, like, not right now, but do we need to come back a few minutes early? Anybody? Okay. All right, then we'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank you.
this shit for real. I can't go nowhere without I'ma stick this shit for real. All the family hate, probably wanna see me kill. Hate is at an all-time high, this shit for real. It got to the point where I can't post up certain pictures. It got to the point where I can barely trust my niggas. It got to the point where I'm just so straight on these bitches. It get to the point to where that bankroll getting bigger. Came in the game with just a 99 on the shit though. Everywhere I go, they bumping me just like a pimple. Pockets getting fat, I'm talking about hungry, but these hate motherfuckers wanna see my shit on lipo. When I come around, niggas looking at me sideways. Don't know I got them hitters and they shoot them fingers sideways. They wanna see me fuck by a label, but they won't sign me. Red gang, endless NXT, I do this my way. Okay, your bitches sending mentions. That's why you got some tension. While you were ballin', I was benching. Now your contract on suspension. I watch you take all them shots. Now I'm in it just to win it. Is you mad cause I'm winning? Or how a nigga get it? All time, how this shit for real. I can't go nowhere without I'ma stick this shit for real. All the family hate, probably wanna see me kill. Hate is at an all-time high, this shit for real. It got to the point where I can't post up certain pictures. It got to the point where I can barely trust my niggas. It got to the point where I'm just so straight on these bitches. It get to the point to where that bankroll getting bigger. Shit. They hating. I knew that would happen, but where you was at with no making pallets, I wasn't even rapping. I was just trapping, trying to make it happen. Doing no acting, stacking up the paper, add no subtracting. Having dreams of a nigga living last. Carrots in my watch, water for the rapping. See, you wanna round there, but you try to be round there. See, you was the man there, but yeah, I'm the man now. Shooters hitting at as soon as I point. What you was in for, I got to this point. Staying out the way, getting money is a crime. They gon' send me straight to the joint. Man, I'm so built for the pressure. Mad ass wholesale extra. You put a line on, yeah, extra. Yeah, they just mad cause I next. They just mad cause I'm flexing. Yeah, that diamond fighting like Tekken. I ain't gon' give a fuck what a hater say. Fly nigga, I don't care that say. All time, how this shit for real. I can't go nowhere without I'ma stick this shit for real. All the family hate, probably wanna see me kill. Hate is at an all-time high, this shit for real. It got to the point where I can't post up certain pictures. It got to the point where I can barely trust my niggas. It got to the point where I'm just so straight on these bitches. It get to the point to where that bankroll getting bigger. Kevin Gates, I'm everybody's sworn favorite. People to the field, I'm Michael Jackson, reincarnated. Satellites never really made love. Alright, satellites never really made love. She gon' get it right. Emotions probably telling her she could stay the night, but her friends are always crazy. They gon' give her good advice. Satellites never really made love. Never really made love. She never really made love. I'm just shot through the heart, just on the kilo. Looking bright and selling kilos. Got a shop out of town and got a spot just around the way. Let's be specific. If I'm the nigga you feeling, am I wrong for showing interest in these women surrounding? I'm a straight nigga down and double. No time to lounge with hoes on the grind all the time. I done been down as your strictly need my C-no. Can you keep up with my lingo? Some say life is a gamble, which means love is a casino. Everybody just playing to win. Think I made it again. Don't many ladies pretending. Hoping this ain't what it is. It's business I'm in. Maybe me taking the beat. But you still be my friend. When I'm lonely, love, get them gone. Cause ain't no one on the phone but other. Someone who's strong when it's rubber. Someone who won't you. Ain't no wasting time. Hustle every night. Promise everything. It's alright. Satellite. Never really made love. She gon' get it right. Emotions probably telling her she could stay the night. But her friends are always crazy. They don't give her good advice. Satellite. Never really made love. Yeah. Never really made love. know me, I am so sick of the masquerades. Grew up poor, had no dishes, ate off paper plates. I'm taking aim, brought up in this life. I know, baby, you a writer, and I love when you write it slow. Motion for me, girl. Arching to the ceiling, I've been open for me, girl. Pulling on your hair when I'm dripping on your ass, when I kill it from the back, when you feel it in your face. Late night screaming, all of the right reasons. Touching, teasing, blowing the mic, please. Make it right back. I love what it might be, saying take some out. I know what it might be when your body go to shaking, you're raising your right knee with the pillow with your teeth. I know what it might mean. I'ma keep going, I know what the light bring. Can't stay still, I'm stroking the right thing. Climbing the bed with a dime in the bed, don't tell me the spot, I'ma find it instead. Big fine motherfucker, shit down with the head. Just got a text, never mind what it said. I'm ringing out the climb with a friend, which color should I press? Lime or the red? Decline or accept, next line never read. Mine is the time and the time and the best. Told her what it was first time that we met, but she can't get upset at the time that I left. Satellite, never really made love. She gon' get it right. Emotions probably telling her she could stay the night, but her friends are calling crazy. They don't give her good advice. Satellite, never really made love. Yeah, never really made love. She never really made love. It's a pain song, but I'm letting everything go. I promise. But not speak specifically about anything. Because that's my way of showing I don't kill them. I'm just go with life. So they'll call my name. Paper on this bitch, but he ain't playing no problems. Yeah, thinking how I'm gonna solve it. Yeah, so much pain in my body. Yeah, selling lies and I bought it. Yeah, don't tell me that you love me if you ain't gon' die for me. You can stay there for around me if you ain't gon' ride for me. Told me you would never leave, how can you just lie to me? Yeah, get from off your knees, you ain't gotta cry to me. Yeah. I been giving all my love. Tell me, do you feel it? Never learned how to trust. Sitting penitentiary. Off for you, I take a slug, baby. Who the realest? Had to tell her I'm a genie, I got some wishes. Yeah, I got my static when you ride with me. We get pulled over, no, you ain't gon' do no time for me. I put my hands up, yeah. Police shoot down on me. So many charges make me wanna go and way overseas. Yeah. Reminiscing on them days. I was sitting up in the cage. I was begging you to stay. You hung up in my face. Free code, everything is slayed. They keep begging me to change. Talk the future the other day, and he say I need to change lanes. Yeah. Cause they gon' try to count you out, so you make them count you in. Yeah. Stimulate my brain, yeah. Had to tell them I ain't leaving out the same way I came in. I heard out of hair run, I said that shit right in front of my mouth. Swear I would never run, just like a man, I'ma face my problem. Even when my voice fucked up, I'ma spit in the booth, I'ma go in like a diamond. Nigga got me fucked up, I'ma spin on this block, I admit that I had shot him. VDS is in my train, told that hoe young girl everything. Hearing voices in my brain, hoping everything change. I've been rolling through the streets and I've been clutching on my youth. I've been cut out on my feet and I put cameras in my trees. Say I changed on you, but I feel that you changed on me. I say my prayers and you gon' still just let you be with. I've been taking Adderall, mixing it with me. Hope I wake up on my sleep, too many problems. Yeah, thinking how I'm gon' solve it. Yeah, so much pain in my body. Yeah, selling lies and I bought it. Yeah, don't tell me that you love me if you ain't gon' die for me. You can stay the fuck around me if you ain't gon' ride for me. Told me you would never leave. How can you just lie to me? Yeah. Get from off your knees, you ain't gotta cry to me. Yeah. I done given all my love. Tell me, do you feel it? Never learned how to trust. And infinity, off for you, I take a slug, baby. Who the realest? Had to tell her I'm a genie, I got other wishes. Yeah. Been in love, never helped me solve my problems. I wish that I could find a girl just like my mom. I don't wanna hurt nobody, but still light up with that type of. So like to the end, tell them freedom ain't sniper. Whoever told you I love you, I love you. I put my bread on the Escalade. I come through in the drop top waving at my white neighbors. Can't believe we on TV now. Remember we didn't have cable. I'm sorry, little bitch, I don't do favors. Big boy crib, it came with some acres. Stay away from the haters, that shit is contagious. Free all of my niggas out of all of them cages. Hey, if I ever told you fuck it, it's fuck it for life. She been bitching all day, she just wants some pipe. If I ever told you I love you for life. I just jumped up out that phone with that thing on my side. Rory passed by, everybody looking, watching 6 niggas in the house, but ain't nobody cooking. Yeah. Fed up with my goons, they say I'm getting soft. Why you say that? Just because I wouldn't let them make the ops. Put them in a box, quarter ticket to watch. My pockets, they poking out. Ouch, ouch. That what she said when I hit from the back. Got on all of my changes, I'm all in her stomach. 4 a.m. in the morning, I'm up count money. If I ever told you fuck you, it's fuck you for life. She been bitching all day, she just wants some pipe. If I ever told you I love you for life. I just jumped up out that phone with that thing on my side. Diamonds on my neck, you wrist fighting domestic violence. Whole gang going crazy, still major, you niggas minor. Getting too much paper, I just might early retire. Yeah, these young niggas lit, I might just start a wildfire. Why? I'm sparking if you try to dig. Tell them settle down before you niggas start.
Shout out to my cousin Dolph. Let me be Delulu by myself. Shout out to my cousin Dolph.
I mean everything I say, you know what I'm talking about. If I ever told you fuck it, it's fuck you for life. She been bitching all day, she just wants some pipe. If I ever told you I love you for life. I just jumped up out that phone with that thing on my side. If I ever told you fuck you, it's fuck you for life. She been bitching all day, she just wants some pipe. If I ever told you I love you for life. I just jumped up out that
Yeah, you know it.
thing on my side. A, B, C, G, E, this how you start the alphabet, nigga. Scratch the theory off the Glock, we changed the alphabet killer. How you talking like you tough, but you got bucked for a pill? And nigga, you know there was us that put your man in the spill. Bitch, you fucking on the balls, I ain't no mouth in the middle. Every time
It's like you really can't listen to nothing nowadays. But ain't nobody dying. I mean, you can, but like, I'm just saying, the music that be riding and be sounding good, somebody gotta die. And so it's like you feel guilty. It's like, do I want to listen to this? I'm supposed to be grown and setting examples. I want to listen to this music where people gotta die, or you know, F it. I say F it because I'm growing up to separate music from reality. Yeah, you know, do I want my kids listening to it? No. It's not made for kids. That's the problem. These folks want the entertainment industry to raise their kids. They should have.
Bitch, you fucking on the balls, I ain't no mouth in the middle. Every time I was the suspect, if my shoe get too big, then I might come and get you. Now they screaming RIP and cause it posting your picture. If he DCG big CEO come after me.
Oh, laugh. We was talking about how all the music got like some like so all the good music that like people want to listen to it. It sound good. Somebody gotta die. It's like we were just talking about people knowing the difference between real life and entertainment. Oh, you did? Thank you. I didn't even see it. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, that made my day. I might turn on my camera so you can see me smiling. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you too. So what y'all think? How long y'all think? Y'all think we gonna? Well, do y'all think Hylton gonna do what we know she trying to do, which is drag this out all day? Or you think she gonna let somebody else talk? Sylvia's still getting in trouble too, please. Well, I had watched this morning, and I think she had bought donuts for somebody. I don't know. I mean, let's talk about the judge though. Watching, I mean, what is the judge? I mean, and I don't even think that the judge is trying to hide the fact that we know she's watching the comments. Like, is it very professional for her to be sitting on the bench watching the comments? I mean, I ain't even gonna hold you. I used to think Glanville was doing it too. But she's not even trying to hide the fact that she's doing it. Yeah, the first day that she called everybody in, when she got put on, like the very beginning of that stream, she was talking to what's that Percival lady, and she said something at the chat, Like, and then it cut. So he wasn't really paying attention, you hear it, but I heard it. I wonder how she feels about everybody saying she acting just like Glenville. Like, Glenville got disqualified for the reasons he got disqualified. That ain't really something you want to touch your name to. Like, I understand she's, it's two sides to it. She still got to work this man. But at the same time, you don't want your name attached to the tarnishing that he's already did in this case. Who you talking about, love? That's crazy. Love, you saying you don't think she got time to watch? She be watching on the bench, like she be watching like during court. That's when she be watching. They didn't care if Fulton County would cover that. That's crazy. Fulton County to get together. If she do watch, I don't know which one she watched, but and I'm not saying she like sitting there just like dead to it, but she do be watching. He said Sylvia and Fox 5. You know what? I would assume she was watching Sylvia's stream just to see what's going on. Like the way she acted when Caleb tried to get her Rule 22 to do the same thing Sylvia's doing. I could see her doing that, watching Sylvia's chat to see like, okay, why is this needed? Why, like this basically the same thing she said to Caleb. And don't forget that Sylvia's name was mentioned in one of the motions that somebody filed. But what would piss me off about that is that's not what she need to be watching. She need to be watching day one through present day of trial. That's what she needs to be watching. She needs to see what's been going on instead of relying on transcripts. Or every time a motion is filed and somebody puts a link to a certain part of the trial, like in a specific video, like that's all she watched. You know, she shouldn't even take the bench until she got caught up on everything that's going on. But she got on the bench and was like, I don't even know what's going on in this trial. I have no idea. It's like, man, you need to.
That's for sure. I mean, I saw it a long time ago, man. We gotta do this shit. Like, fuck the haters, man. You know what I'm saying? If they want to hate, they gonna let them hate. You know what I'm talking about? And if they want war, we're gonna get to
it. With the media is part of the reason why I feel like she letting this fuckery continue to begin with. Like, I don't give a damn what nobody say. Everybody want their little 15 minutes of fame, especially if you got a chance to get it. It's like right here, it has presented itself. in your lap. This case has presented itself in your lap. You have the opportunity to get your 15 minutes of fame. I don't care what nobody say. The most humblest person will take that opportunity. I'm not saying I would, but I know it's real. It's reality. People will jump at the opportunity to be streamed on live TV every single day. Just doing your job. Yeah, I thought about that too, Nikki. Yeah. Because if I would have been like that. The first judge that got assigned, like, nah, I'm accusing myself. Find any reason, like I wouldn't want nothing to do with it. It's career ending to me. And she gotta know. Like it's too high profile to just walk around in oblivion and not know what's going on in this, like Fulton, like just to be in the Fulton County Courthouse, you work there every day. This case is too high profile for you to just know absolutely nothing. Even if she hadn't gotten paid yet, she's anticipating the payoff from this case, because it's political for her. So you have to read what was left behind before she. Yeah. Yeah. Because I don't know if y'all remember the Daryl Brooks trial, the black guy that drove his car through the parade and killed like 6 people, but he represented himself and he was in court acting a fool. That judge, after that trial was over, maybe like 3 months later, she announced that she was running for some other seat or whatever. Like that case helped propel her to her political career, what she wanted to do. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Cavell. Oh, Judge Whitaker worked with the appellate court. And so far, I guess by cleaning up the mess, it means see the trial through. She already getting paid. Probably, yeah. I'm sure that maybe. I'm sure she has gotten something, but she's also anticipating the long run too. So she's saving face for all of Fulton County right now. She's trying to save face for all of Fulton County. To cover Glenville's ass. That's why she won't let Steele talk about it. Steele is right. The jury, they should know. I mean, we know. We know that they know already. We know that they've been on the internet and know what's going on. But as far as presenting it in the trial, Steele is right. And then she will not let him say nothing bad about that judge, even though it's the truth. Yep. The great white hope. Like she would, so in the end of the day, she would be commended for saving the case, being the hero. I get what you're saying. But I wonder why Glenville, I wonder why he did that. Like, I wonder why he threw his case. He had what people would call decorated career with the military and with the justice system. I wonder why he would let this one case tarnish his entire legacy.
I woke up this morning, rolled a blunt and took a shit. Country nigga made my bitch cook me some fish and grits. My teacher asked me what I wanna be, I said rich. Seem like I jumped in this rap game just to take a shit. The realest nigga in it, everybody know it. Yeah, he can rap, but he lying, I'm through sugar coat. And oh yeah, him, yeah,
I feel that way too, Ricky, because it's not like Steel just be because he is still always gonna get him. Yeah. Steel don't just be talking out the side of his neck with these motions. His motions are legitimate motions with legitimate case law to back it up. Like, so when it goes to appellate court, the appellate court gonna be looking at her like, wait a minute, why did you let this happen? But I had heard that too, Lucky, about how Steele had got one of Glenville's cases overturned, and that's why he had it out for him. Yeah. Glenville knew how brilliant of an attorney Steele was. Because I was like dumbfounded when he called Steele unprepared in court, but would not apologize. Like, I would have thought he would at least apologize just to cover his own ass. Like, he knew that looked bad. But when he just would not apologize. Yeah, you're right, Kavira. And because Steele had represented somebody else, I guess they tried to use that as an excuse to get him off of the case. That's why they keep bringing it up accidentally, like how she accidentally put it in her PowerPoint, her opening PowerPoint. That's crazy. What time they supposed to come back from lunch? Anybody know? Okay, want that. Thank you. First, never too much money. You know, let me focus on it.
Show me my opponent. You niggas, you broke it. And not only that, you phony. Yeah, you niggas don't want it. Gonna board the homie. That bullshit don't condone it. Shoot your armor organ.
Yeah.
Bitch, I'm going out like Tony. Carbon in the front seat when I'm riding.
Yep, you're right.
I get money in my sleep, so I wake up money. Told that bitch I play for keeps. You can't play me like no dummy. Key like how you get the phone, bitch. Banking's off a tour. Where you put all of that money, damn your bank rolling.
Everybody's ego is involved in this case because we all know Love's ego is heavily, involved.
Tell him suck a cock, yeah, bitch. I send shots up. I pulled up with the top shot, made a paper drop. Yeah, fuck your future wife in my Gucci flip flop. Talking about can she spend the night, bitch, keep up. Talking about can she spend the night, bitch, I think not,
But at least the judge said, I was surprised when she said she told Steele he could at least question Woody about Hylton. Oh shit, but she would not let him question about that judge though. She is not having that. At all. Like I said, she still got to work with him. Even if she get to the Supreme Court and like, let's say she don't, like she still got to work with him. So she trying to play both sides. Nah, it ain't.
life is the only thing we need. They need me to go, but I don't want to leave. Rest in peace, little kid. Fuck a pigeonhole, I'm a night owl, it's a different mode. I'ma have to make a pain of sticks on a pinky toe. Hurt you with a shooting guard, just let a nigga know. I would have you courtside, not the middle row. All good love in a minute though. I can't stress about no bitch cause I'm a timid soul. Plus I'm cooking up ambition on the kitchen stove. Pot start to bubble, see the suds, that shit good to go. Whole sound suave, but I can't get me cold. Bro, think he John Wayne. I bought them yellow stones, love the way they hang, babe. Fuck the silicone, everybody fake now. You can crack the code, bust down everything. Set in rose gold, dread talking to you niggas like I'm J. Cole. I could tell her head good before I even know. Bitch, don't tell me that you model if you ain't been in vogue. Gotta throw a party for my day ones. They ain't in the studio, but they'll lay some. Rest in peace to Drama King. We was straight stunned. You don't like the way I talk, niggas say something. Gotta throw a party for my day ones. Pull up and you know it's us, the bass jumping. You don't like the way I talk, say something.
All they ask them is they bar cards. They keep. Yep. That's why I said career ender case. Because the appellate court is going to look at this and they are going to say, WTF. Like, from the beginning. Like I said, remember, like, Steele asked for a mistrial. They won. They won. When Love fucked up for 5 point, he asked for one.
Get my dick up. If you standing on business, put your blick up. Come around acting scared,
Yeah.
get your shit up. Fell in love with feeling dizzy, so I spizzy. I got mad love for the boy, yeah, that's my twizzy. If the niggas keep on dissing, slide a gizzy. We the reason why the house ain't
Yeah. I think so too, Cavell. The higher up is gonna look at that and be like, this was the punishment? Like, maybe if it was one Brady violation, okay, yeah, training or whatever. But this has been like they said, this has been a continuing thing. Brady. And Brady is a big deal when it comes to trials. Like, normally you only get one chance to fuck that up. Like, that is a big deal. And they gonna look at her like, we got all these Brady violations and you said training? I wonder, are they expecting, so like the other 26 defendants that's left, like I think I heard somebody say some of them don't even have attorneys yet. I wonder, are they expecting them to just wait, have be in jail so long that they just plea out? Sharp been right though. I'm proud of Sharp because in the beginning, I think it might have been nerves, and then I think he might really seriously does have like a stuttering or speech problem or whatever. But in the beginning, when Sharp would make it, I think, and then because Glenville is somewhat intimidating. You know this case on TV is probably the biggest case of your career. Maybe that was it. Because in the beginning, Sharp was a little shaky. But he's like, he's definitely coming to his own and more confident in what he's saying and standing on business. Am I using an account that's not on premium? Oh, the one who don't make me feel basic. Happiness I'm chasing. Why killers behind me trying to play? You don't know what I'm feeling or what I'm thinking, and you can't change. I miss my fucking daddy. I've been calling more time on my car. Times been getting harder. I came from that, now bitch, I'm wrong. I call Monique my mama. And I know it hurt the prosecution. I'm feeling like I'm going on. My papa getting old. Just with ego or whatever. When Whitaker first came on and the defense kept saying in their motions, I mean, we're winning this case. We're winning this case already. Like I wonder how they felt. Like we're telling you in open, we're telling you in open court, we're telling the new jurors, we're telling the world, like we're not worried about you. Like you think you're eating, you're not. I'm gonna go out behind my brother, fuck this charge, I slain it I. Before he go and I don't ride, I'm just a lonely child who wants someone to help him out. I take this pain away. But I think they are expecting most of those other defendants that are not being tried yet to just be so tired of jail they plead out. Like, the conditions at Rice Street for one. Like just that alone or whatever. Then the fact that hell, they already been in jail this long, some of them without attorneys. They have to, I don't think they have to, because I think there's another, I know I saw Symone in court on another case with one of the other white cell guys. So I guess there are trials like going on, but for the most part, this one is gonna have to complete before any of those can go forward because all the lawyers are tied up. All the lawyers that people want anyway. And them boys probably gonna end up taking a plea just to get hopefully getting out of jail. No, I know they haven't taken the plea. I'm talking about, I said, I wonder if the prosecution is expecting that. I wonder, are they expecting all of them to just be so sick of just the one to take a plea just to get it over with? Because I mean, it's been like 2-3 years already, just sitting there. Yo, sitting in jail 2, 3 years without a lawyer is crazy. Yo, that's crazy. You just really sitting there. They turned their pleas down with pride. Yeah, I remember that one dude that was because I felt like Glenville, I felt like that was like the very first um time we saw like a little bit of coercion from Glenville, because I don't remember the guy's name, but he got offered a plea and he turned it down, and Glenville was like, "Yeah, look, son, you need to be worried about yourself. You don't need to be worried about any of these other guys. You're facing life here. You need to be worried." Like he was trying to tell him, like, "Yo, the fuck are you doing?" And then he was like, "You know, if you take a plea, you could get out today. Like, you should." And he kept turning it down. And but the way Glenville was like egging it on, I was like, that's coercion right there. Hey, Danny. Oh, they just tried to get him out. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're staying on business. Especially if they see Thug winning or Thug does win, yeah, they gonna be like, "Nah, we on trial too." If Thug got out, we know we could get out, but I would assume that if Thug gets off, maybe they dismiss a lot of the other cases. That might be wishful thinking, because we don't know that might be wishful thinking, but still, the whole thing is tainted now. What's that line through the poisonous tree? Everything to me, everything is tainted. Everything YSL is tainted. I don't know, Mookie. I can't remember the dude's name. Blaylock sounds familiar though. He like kind of big dude, kind of light skin. That I'm not on my account with the premiums. That I can't do that. I can't remember his name though. Blaylock sounds familiar though. But Glenville was like, "You sure? You sure? You need to think about your own life. You sure you can't think about these other guys?" Like, I was watching it like, whoa, is he supposed to be saying all that? That's the name I grew up with his dad. Oh, okay. Oh, for real? Mookie, you know everybody. Good in every hood. That's what I'm talking about. You supposed to be good in every hood, dude. I wouldn't want to come visit and hang out with you if you weren't good in every hood. Don't pull up on the judge. Danny. All right, we back.
so.
Ready for the jury. Mr. Atkins, can you hit play if we need you to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch. Go ahead, Ms. Hylton.
We're gonna resume at 1:29:42.
Get out of jail. I ain't dead. These folks here, man. Fuck the man. Straight up. Like, go, man. That's hard.
You may. And I don't think these little headphone things that don't have those today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just make it easier. Instead of waiting to pass them all out, can y'all just step right back for a minute? We will be able to pass it out. Yes.
So, Your Honor, I think we need to give the jury some instruction here. The state is, they said they were going to go back
Right.
to what happened during the break, but I don't know. I don't think it's sufficiently clear to where we are in the timeline right now. I think we need to make it clear we're going back to the part that we skipped earlier that the state said they were going to go back to.
Is that what we're doing now?
That's what we did. I just inferred because we ended at 2 something, that I went back to 129.
I don't think people are paying attention to what hour number you're saying. So
Okay. I can say that, I can play it again and say we're gonna go back. That's fine, I can replay
why
it.
don't you just say for the record what you're about to do?
And then could we just play the from the beginning again? To put it
What
in
we
context.
just heard, yeah, I'm sure. I'm not sure that needed to be like a bench conference, though. You probably could have just said that, but okay. It's all right. It's all right. Maybe if we'd had everything passed out, it would have been easier, but, okay, yeah. So just let us know, a minute ago or before lunch, I said I was skipping some parts, whatever. I'm going back to them now. That'll be fine. All right. We're ready, I guess, for the jury. She's passing them out. We're ready. Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to go back to the portions that we skipped earlier and play those portions now for the jury.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Man, gotta get out of jail. I ain't deep, man. Deep, fuck you, man.
Can y'all not hear it? Now it sounds better. And we'll let IT know yet again that we continue to have issues. Maybe they just need to replace that entire box. Do you want to give it a try? It always seems intermittent anyway.
Damn, man, gotta get out of jail. I ain't deep, man. Deep, fuck you, man. Fuck the law, man. Straight up. Go, man. That's hard.
Yeah, 1:30:39. We're going to resume at 3:20:51.
I just can't stop thinking I'm going to jail, so I can't even think like that. So. Yeah, I mean, you ain't got to get all out to say. Like I said, we working to get you not taking the Fulton County. Like if you're there, we're hoping just to get booked in and booked out.
So you may stay tonight. You can't handle it.
Y'all can't go over time. My baby mama and the baby can go. What you mean? Like move up? No. I'm not talking like you get booked in and then you get booked out. I'm talking about you get booked in and you get moved to a different jail. I'm talking about it ain't no
on the street, like basically protected.
I don't get in jail. I don't know. That's not up. You know, that's not up to us. So I'm going to give you a recommendation just for your warrants. I'm going for a gang charge deal. Yeah, you have one for the gang charge. For gang charge.
What you care about the gang charge?
I ain't gonna get no money, man. I already got no money.
You don't need, bro. Honestly, I feel better when you're in jail because at least we know you someone that. Exactly. My biggest fear is scooping you up off the ground. I told you so.
I'm just out there like this, with I mean, I'm not watching my back. That's all I've been doing. I just had bad with you. I mean, I'm watching them, but I still just let stuff go and let them just come right back to me. But
it's a lot basically with what you learned about the D today. This other stuff that you already know that it's starting to kind of add up, right? That stuff that they have between y'all where you like, wait a minute. You want to know who your biggest problem may be of all the people that I showed you, your friends. Because you so loyal to them.
Your close friends, look at this shit. I'm not loyal to them, like, because if I were, I ain't never just told them shit. Like, at some point, you had that loyalty to these shit.
But now, the loyalty, you saying where it's at, where it's like.
There's only one way, right? That's coming from you to them. So, this, what can I do is this? My big party coming up. It's the end now, but I swear to God. I just leave me a lot. I tell y'all these spots here with the guns. I'm on these, man. I don't care. I put my face on. I don't care, man. I don't care, man. My big birthday coming up. I get.
When your baby birthday?
On the 17th. June? Oh, yeah, I can see. You ain't gonna be out by June 17th. Yeah, man.
And then if you want to be at your daughter's birthday, now that you locked up, ain't you thinking everybody thinking what he locked up on now? So by you being at the birthday, you make the birthday party right.
Right. Not even that. Because you know what it's saying about this gun? It's just like, oh man, you just don't worry about this. I mean, they ain't locked you up there. They don't know why police got it. No, they probably trying to figure out.
I'm sure the word got out.
They should have not talked about it, my baby.
You don't think the neighbors saw them? How many marshals ran up in there?
I mean, what?
How many marshals came up in there to get you?
They didn't want nobody to come outside.
You think? You don't think people heard all that?
What nobody else? Like, you know, that's the good part of calling room. Y'all move in. But let me ask you this. This is what concerns me. Because we got the police report for that gun, the one that was found in the house today. And guess who it belongs to? Who? A DeKalb County Police Officer. No, he was burglarized. No, Norfolk County. You know, he Forest County City. Yeah. I'm not gonna leave Forest County at all. You know that. I'm gonna stay here. Yeah, you ain't gonna make it out that time for the baby part. I ain't gonna promise you that.
Look, as a father, I would want you there, but as knowing what you bring, I wouldn't want you there anyway.
Man, y'all can give me a house arrest and nothing for it.
House arrest.
That's not out of control, but I can guarantee you they will be there.
But you, wherever you go, your armor brings problems. And although they ain't shot up lately, when you in the apartment and they come through shooting, y'all hitting the other apartments and other people. So by removing you from everybody else good.
Everybody else is good. That whole time is out. You know, I didn't go shooting shit out and out.
Thank God.
No, you do my thing good.
I said, like, oh yeah, I ain't gonna do it. Like that's nothing.
It ain't because of you, it's because they already know we don't do fucking ball. It ain't because of you. It is because these niggas know how they do that. You know what I'm saying? All they shooting been having was tips now. I mean, they the only one been shooting.
But like you can't lie, it makes Shell and all them look like dubs. Because
the whole time they just shot at y'all, you ain't got
to hit one of them motherfuckers. Huh?
I ain't
That's what they thinking. They can't kill you. He that bad?
They ain't that. Like I said, like, y'all outside this men. They're like, I'm telling y'all what's going on, and y'all still not listening. These people know how they do this. These people, if they want to kill me, they're going to kill me. Like, only thing I was, when I heard about killing, was these niggas throw up there somebody kill me. You know what I'm saying? I was running about them from the beginning. I mean, the show they did, okay, like you said, I kind of figure what it was. I mean, like, dang, I ain't worried about nobody else doing that too. I mean, I just can't explain it. Like, this young man, bro. Mr. Copeland, okay, I'm gonna break it down to you like this, young bro. Alright, and I mean it from the heart and from the soul. Once again, it had nothing to do with they knowing that you had something to do with it or not. Okay, that had nothing to do with it. When we tell you what's keeping everything quiet, you understand that. See, when the first ass get boxed up, and the second, the third, and the fourth, the rest of them motherfuckers gonna calm down because they all saying this. Sooner or later, them motherfuckers gonna get me next. So it's all gonna chill out. Motherfuckers, listen to me. When you and Kel was gone, everything was still quiet. One of you came out, she started trying to pick back up. And bam, they jumped back on it, locked another motherfucker up. Everything ceased. Because they saying this. Them two motherfuckers right here know everybody that's in the game. They got the scorecard. Okay? So that's the bottom line. If you know me by my real name, my street name, my mama name, my baby mama name, my grandmama name, my big mama name, I'm fucked. I can't hide anywhere. So I'm done. Because the minute we stop calling you, what we is calling you Killer Copeland, you know, okay, these motherfuckers know me. When we start talking about your baby mama, how you get shot up, and all this, you know, everybody know me now. Same thing happened to him. When you want to talk, the problem we said. Okay. You know, because this nigga got so much to prove. Y'all be like, trying to hide me in jail. It's not me. I'm not saying you nigga, man. Man, say these niggas said it to us, man. Everything. He shot that gun, killed her. Shelly's doing everything. It's not me. Y'all be locking me up. Cause she ain't working, man. Stop right there. Take a deep breath. Man, cause y'all just saying everything. Y'all trying to tell us to lock me up. Okay. I ain't retaliated. Not one time. I just wait. I can say that. I'm doing shit. I'm not doing nothing. I'm saying I'm gonna go back to jail. I'm not hurt nobody. If we thought you did one of these retaliatory shootings, we would have probably locked you up for it by then. But if nobody is saying anything, and you continue to let everybody paint you as that bad guy, you're letting that happen because you're not saying shit. And now that you're saying shit, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do my fucking job, and shit ain't gonna be in there. If that's the truth. I'm gonna do my fucking job, but you seen y'all officers, but you're not this. I'm listening, but let me do my job. But you want to deal with what you did. You walked in there with that gun. I was giving them these. But it don't matter. You knew you weren't supposed to have it. Nobody said, go out and carry a gun because you need it for protection.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
The alarming spike in inflation soaring to its highest level in nearly.
You're not going to deal with nothing else but what you did. You didn't want, I have been participating in gang though, but you have already been categorized as a gang member. And this particular gun, we can say this was purchased by someone else, a gang member, Quindarius, who has been the one that caught the gun from a gang retaliatory shooting. So therefore, anything that has to do with him comes back on you. And you already have your affiliation going on. That was reckless conduct that you did by fucking taking your shirt off and playing basketball for 37 minutes while a fucking gun is laying on the damn thing. Like he said, a kid comes up in the bag and saw a Christmas ball. Look at this, and actually pulled a trigger, blew somebody's fucking head out. Then you would be charged for murder. So you get charged for what you did. You did. We didn't make you do this. We didn't tell you to go tell when they're in the body and play with the first place. You did that. I understand it. This nigga, man. If you remember what you say, you gotta give us the opportunity to verify. Simple as that. You gotta be patient. We gotta do our, we don't do our, we gotta take your. No, it don't work like that. It don't work. At the same time, if you try to help us, I'm not gonna put you out there like that. So there's certain other steps I gotta do to kind of remove you as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? Your name as much as I can. So if you want me to just up and say, share, just go ahead and type in my morning. Hey, Shay, how you doing? Your friend, what you say? Hey, I don't want to do it that way, but I don't want to do it that way. Hey, Shay, you sure? It's like my time to do it. It doesn't work like that. It's not. It doesn't work like that. I would have told y'all in the beginning then. It's not. You better hear January though. You better hear 5 times. Hey, wait, I know, but the nigga Tate them kind of like, hey, what up, Tate? You gotta worry about you. You know, if I'm on your case, or this man on your case, we don't work like that. I can't speak for fucking BB and the rest of them, but I can speak to them folks. I'm speaking for the work that I do, and I'm not gonna put you out like that if you helping me with some shit. If you sitting there like down silent, I'm gonna treat you as down silent. And what I tell you the first night we fucking spoke, I said, partner, I know you know more about what's fucking going on than you let out. You take me to a trip to fucking New York through fucking California. I'm a straight white dude. I don't do fucking layovers. I don't have no fucking time for that. Okay, you wasted everybody got to get going.
All it could have been avoided. A lot of it could have been avoided. From January 10th, what's the day? Today is June 10th. So we found out.
This is 6 months ahead.
If you would have said it from the beginning, he could have did his job. And
there would be no need for you to be in this situation. If everybody would took their eyes off me, I'd be in a situation like what? Who? And y'all still fucking for it. Y'all don't know what y'all still fucking for. Alright, cool. I'm having that. And boys still walking around with their head. I fuck with everybody and I'm out. Yeah. But listen what I'm saying there though. It did. I mean, I'm just sitting there like, hey, everybody gonna see this. Like, everybody gonna see what?
They gonna see it. It's either they're gonna see it with you standing next to them, or you're gonna see it when you're away from them. Either way it goes, they're gonna see it.
As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna like cheer. You took a jailhouse picture with fucking little Tick. Okay? And I know with Tick. Take a jailhouse picture with Tick. You took a jailhouse picture with fucking little.
Y'all had said yesterday you might have another speaker you could try as a backup. Let's try it out, I guess.
Shit.
Okay, and I know with Tick. Yeah, I picture Tick. Oh shit. I saw the fucking.
You may have to disconnect from the Zoom audio or something. Sorry, y'all.
There are a whole lot of people.
Okay. I mean, in the meantime, I guess we can have them come down and try to do this reset also. Okay.
Okay, more technical issues, calling for a technical issue break. I don't even think any of this is working. So if y'all would like to go spend time in the jury room, or we'll try to keep this as short as possible, but well, TBD on how long it's going to take to fix it. Yeah, this is not a second. Sure. Just make sure you've got cell phones with you so that we can get back to you. And I think it won't be more than a half hour. Maybe it'll only be 5 or 10 minutes, but yes.
Josh Stein, the attorney general who took on the drug companies and won, making them pay billions for the lives that they wrecked. He's the only candidate for governor who has the experience to keep our families safe.
The more love we give, the more grandmas we charm. The more grandmas we charm, the more cat owls we meow hoot. The more cat owls we meow hoot, the more love we give.
For the first time in 13 years, North Carolina's violent crime rate is higher than the national rate.
On Attorney General Josh Stein's watch, murders increased 25% and rape.
We're all gonna cross our fingers and see what happens. Let's get the jury out. And Mr. Copeland back. And in the meantime, I'm gonna personally request that IT order a backup to this ASAP. Is that even working? Did it already go out again? It's already starting to not work. So did we try the reboot thing? I don't know. Doesn't sound like it. Is it? Okay. I don't know. It just suddenly sounded different. So anyway, I think I'm just going to let the jury go home because it's already 3:00 and I mean, it works for a second. It doesn't work for a second. Okay. Well, is that going to work? Let's hear what that sounds like because this is not working. Busy on the bench. And so we need to back up ASAP. Like 3 weeks ago. Thank you.
kick in the fucking jailhouse and you behind him.
Okay. Well, we'll switch it back to, I mean, they're not asking him any questions that he needs to answer right now. We'll switch everything back and cross our fingers. I mean, I hope that's where they have it turned to.
Because I'm a motherfucker who won't go to basketball players' game. You know, all this with me and OJ, I was sure. Only game, sure. So I said, that's killing cool. Well, sure.
Huh?
You can bring the DNA down in this motherfucker right now.
Yeah, but I can't
You
hear
can
myself.
bring that motherfucker together.
What?
No, I mean, that part is difficult to understand. He said he could hear her, he could not understand it, and she's yelling, but that's the way it works.
That's the way it sounded before. When she raises her voice, it sounds like that. So that's no different than it was before. So wind it back to wherever you're gonna start it. Let's get the jury out. And salvage what's left of the afternoon.
Do I need to hear this?
What?
I'm saying, do I need to hear it?
Well, I mean, to the extent you were listening before, just continue to listen. If you were listening or tuned out, I don't know, but.
No, I'm saying when I had these on, I was hearing it, but like that, I can't hear it.
Okay, well, I mean, are you gonna be asking him questions about this? You've already asked him, you already examined him, so.
I have a few follow-ups, but it's stuff that already come in.
Okay.
Your Honor,
The follow-up is to stuff that is already.
Your Honor, we're going to be asking him questions about it.
Don't get too comfortable. You're not gonna be staying. So I'm just gonna be sending y'all home early. It's Friday, so happy Friday. We have not been able to come up with a sufficient solution that seems to last for more than a few minutes. Hopefully in the 10 days between now and when we see y'all again, we will have solved this issue. But for now, I'm gonna release you with the reminders that you should not discuss this case with anybody else or allow anybody else to discuss it with you or in front of you. Don't try to find out any information about the case from any source. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't listen to or watch or otherwise take in any kind of media or other accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And have a pleasant weekend and week and next weekend. And then I will see y'all. What is the date of that next Monday? Monday, the 26th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Me too.
You don't go anywhere yet. Hang on just a sec. And now this is working. But, you know. All right. Yeah, now it's working great, but it's obviously not working well enough to count on. All right, so we shouldn't need Mr. Copeland until Monday, the 26th also, right? Okay, so Mr. Copeland, you can go for now. Be back here at 9 a.m. on Monday, the 26th.
Can I go now?
You may for now, yes. Be back Monday, the 26th at 9.
there was one other solution that we could potentially use. We have a Mondo board at the district attorney's office. We were not allowed to use it with the configuration that we had previously where the jurors were sitting in front of the box.
I don't know what a Mondo board is.
I'll describe it. It's a very large computer screen, a very large computer
Okay.
on wheels that has a speaker attached to it, which may be loud enough for everyone in the far end of the courtroom to hear it undistorted, as well as allowing the jury to hear it.
Okay.
If the court is.
Do you want to wheel it up here and
Yeah.
let's give it a shot?
That was going to be my request, yes. So I'm having someone bring it over. if that's
Thank
the
you.
case.
Can I ask you a question about the Mondo board? Are you going to be able to hook that headphone up to it so Mr. Copeland can hear off the Mondo board?
It would actually be easier to reach the headphones with the Mondo board being where
All
we
right,
anticipate.
we'll give it a shot. Somebody can stand in for Mr. Copeland since I've released him and see if you can hear sufficiently and undistortedly through the earphones, headphones. Okay, while we wait, why don't we get a jump on our next week's work? Who's ready on anything? Y'all should be ready on something by now. Okay. All right. On the PowerPoint, we should have states either written or ready to have oral response by now.
Well, actually, Judge, I had not finalized that. I know the court gave me a deadline. I was going.
Okay. Well, one side's ready, but I don't know how y'all are ready when you haven't given them your.
The final, no.
Okay, so we're not ready on that. And I know that we haven't filed. Okay, let me ask you this. How about the issue of the Ryan motion to suppress his statement because of the incomplete Miranda warnings or allegedly incomplete Miranda warnings?
So if we need, I don't know if the court is addressing us, but if the court is, we need to have a Jackson general hearing because again, that is not where I placed our focus. We were trying to make certain that other things the court instructed were done by today.
Okay, well, what was it that you were supposed to be doing by today? The
We were working on exhibits with the accompanying exhibits for the next 30.
So when were you going to get all of this 3 pages worth of things we're going to tackle next week to the court and to the defense for their consideration? Sunday at midnight. All right, well, let me ask you this. On the Ryan motion to suppress, have you looked at it? Do you believe that the Miranda is complete? That the Miranda warnings are complete?
Your Honor, my position on that is that Mr. Ryan, and his ability at this point to move to exclude that evidence, would be untimely, number one. He has been convicted of it, and I believe that having heard it, there's an argument to be made on both sides, frankly. I hear what the officer is saying, and I think that there's just an argument to be made on both sides, to be fair. So,
Do you think that the law supports that if an incomplete Miranda is given, that the statement can nonetheless be used against the defendant?
Not in the state's case in chief.
And y'all didn't use it in the case in chief, did you?
Not in the previous trial.
All right. And yet you think that you have some law that would permit you to use it in some later trial against the same defendant?
That's not what I was saying.
Okay. Well, I guess I will just wait eagerly to see what it is that your argument is going to be on that. Just trying to think of some of the really
And I am willing to
easy things.
I am willing to speak with Mr. Williams more after we get a couple of other things situated.
Which Mr. Williams?
Miss D. Williams.
Oh, Miss D. Williams.
D. Williams.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you said Mr. Williams. Apparently I'm hard of hearing too.
No, so I will communicate with her, and if our position changes to such that it becomes a moot issue, she'll know and the court will know before Monday.
Okay. All righty. Well, I know that I haven't, Mr. Weinstein, gotten your promised motion to exclude Mr. Kendrick's first couple of hours of his statement. But the teaser was that y'all had just found out that he was represented by an attorney in an unrelated matter. And therefore, law enforcement should have reached out to that attorney before questioning him in this matter. Am I right about what the basic theory is?
That's the basic theory, but
Okay.
I am not prepared to argue that today, and I am
Okay.
still working on the motion. And
Okay.
I think that Mr. Apt maybe clarified that that would be filed tomorrow.
Yeah, he did. That just pretty much seems like black letter law to me as well. And I don't know, maybe there's some US Supreme Court cases that have come out recently or since I took criminal law in law school that answer that question differently than how I was taught it. But so I will also eagerly await whatever your legal theory is.
Thank
So,
you, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Perhaps that's why I'm still working on it.
Perhaps that's why. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know if there's any point in going back over the list that I have reviewed with y'all almost every day this week, because there may be nothing that both sides are ready on. And I realize that I'm a few days ahead of where I thought we would be, or when I thought we would be taking these things up, but just thought those two might be easy ones. Oh, do we have the ability yet to identify, other than whatever was in the wiretaps, any other co-conspirator statements that y'all on the defense maintain are late identified?
Your Honor, we maintain that all statements beside the 3 statements provided.
And I understand that, and y'all told me that before, but I don't know what that, not the 3 that were identified before, not anything from the wiretaps. Are there others? And if so, what are they?
Okay, so the state, I thought that where we left it, and I wasn't even here that day, but I watched the video, that where we left it is that the state has provided hundreds of wiretaps and jail calls and still have not identified statements within those hundreds. So for us on our side to go through the hundreds, guess the statements that the state is going to may use, and then give them that list would take a significantly long time, when what the state could do, because I'm sure they have their case lined up by now, is to give us the statements that they've identified. And then if we have a legal argument against them, we can make that argument. And just for the record, Judge Glanville not only told them to provide all of the statements back in December of 2022, but after that, he told them to not only identify statements, but any evidence that they've identified, transcripts, any of the case, videos, that if they know that something is inadmissible, they need to go ahead and redact it. Tell us, hey, I'm going to introduce this. I've already redacted things that I know as an experienced litigator. It's probably not admissible. And then if we have any further redactions, to let them know. So that is the way this was supposed to move timely, not be a trial by ambush, not have the jury sitting outside waiting on us to get through the issues. These are the orders from Glanville. And Your Honor, respectfully, none of them get followed.
I'm noticing that. How about, I had asked about the January 10th,
The blurb at the beginning
that
of
was,
the day.
and you, Ms. Love, weren't here at the time, and we wondered if maybe you knew
I
the
heard.
origin of that?
I heard, and I do know the
Okay.
origin of that. So if I'm not mistaken, the court was inquiring and there was a motion of sorts regarding the date at the top of the picture of Mr. Stillwell looking out of Mr. Williams' condo, contemplating. So that photograph, Ms.
Mhm.
Hylton was correct in that Mr. Zachary told the police that he took the photograph a few days earlier or in the latter part of 2014. However, the date on the photograph comes from as it was placed on the social media page, the same way that the date of a posting appears on any Instagram or Twitter or whatever. The date of the posting is under the picture that is posted. So I didn't, unless I misinterpreted what the question was, the answer is that it was screen grabbed from Mr. Stillwell's account.
Mhm.
And the date of the posting as shown on his social media page was January 10th, 2015.
Okay, well, it didn't, if it's a screen grab, is this the screen grab?
I'd have to see the
Well,
one.
it's what's filed in the motion in limine regarding admissibility of social media posts and alleged date of posting that was filed 8/15.
If you're on with
Sure. Ms. Persfield, can you hand that to her, please? See that little,
Oh, so
hand it back to me.
what that is, Your Honor, is that when a person is looking on the social media page and they want to know the date of a posting and they hover, it'll pop up or pop out in that manner.
Are you gonna have somebody that is gonna be able to testify to that?
We sure are.
And
Because it was done
so
on more than one.
somebody hovered, that date appeared, and then y'all took the screenshot or whatever, screen grab?
Two things. We, in not just this instance, in other instances as well, we not only captured it as it was shown, like if it was January the 10th, 2015 on the picture itself, but we also went back, the person who was looking at the social media page and hovered just to get that pop out that the court is looking at on that exhibit. So in multiple cases, we have a screenshot of a social media page with the date on it, and then a corresponding screenshot with the hovering where the date pops
Okay.
out.
So will you then intend to admit it as, or offer it as, are you gonna have both of those things available?
Both, yes, I mean, yes, in terms of what we intended to proffer.
It would be the screenshot as you look at it, or the screen grab as you look at it.
Yes.
That has it the way we normally see it, and then also the hover, and then also somebody that is gonna be able to say, when we see these dates, we have a reasonable degree of confidence that they actually mean what they say.
Yes,
and why.
we would have the person who first saw it and pulled it from the page, one, talk about what's on the screen grab, what's on the exhibit, and two, what the date means on the exhibit based on their understanding and knowledge of that particular social media platform. And three, we would ask, because I wouldn't see a need to admit both the original posting and the posting where it's popped out. But just as a next layer of confirmation as to the date that it was posted, we would ask, hey, how do you know? And then that person would say, well, you can also hover over the picture or the posting and the date pops out. And if the question becomes, well, did you do that? yes, here's that exhibit with that pop out date.
All right. And is there any objection to, I know this shows like some comments also. Is there objection to that?
There is, and in my, as I was preparing an exhibit, we, in accordance with what usually has occurred, is we take out all the extra comments, and my prepared exhibit has that all taken out. So I just wanted to put I didn't want anyone to say I did anything to the one that I was putting in my motion. But can I inquire about that? Because just so the court understands, in this discovery dump 1 to 2, that's where this picture is, to my understanding. I know it's there. It may be other places. And it just says, it's a folder, it says social media, and then there's a bunch of pictures. I don't know at this point, unless I missed it, I don't know who hovered over what picture, who collected this or anything like that. So I'm just trying to understand who's going to authenticate how this was collected and what date it was and how they hovered over picture.
Have we gotten to the production of that information yet?
Your Honor, we have that in, we've turned over, actually, they turned over attorney work products. So that information is contained within a report that was authored by, I believe, Mr. Sprinkle in our office. So and that actual picture is addressed directly.
Okay.
So in as much as we turn that report over.
All right. Sounds like it's Mr. Sprinkle.
He's one of the people who addresses that report, that social media posting, and what is contained and what it shows.
The person who collected this photo and hovered, or is he just making reports saying, I've got a pile of papers that are in a file and one of them happens to be a picture of Mr. Stillwell?
The way that we got the photo or knowledge that we should be looking there is from one of the investigators, the gang investigator, Gaither, who was working on the case, looking through social media files. Mr. Sprinkle, as I understand his report and as I understand my conversations with him, and I will make certain that what I'm saying is absolutely correct. Mr. Sprinkle addresses in his report this social media posting, and then he talks about the date that it was posted. My memory is that he talks about the popping out, but I have to look at that. But I know that it is definitely Mike Sprinkle and Investigator Gaither that, and as with the rest of them, he addresses quite a number of social media postings, both he and other investigators that have worked on the case.
All right. All right. So at least we've got that answered. Or not.
It's been answered respectfully, Your Honor, but I guess this is just my way of saying this evidence did show up in their list of exhibits that they plan to introduce in the near future, and I am flagging my objection for the reasons I stated, and I guess we'll see how things
Well,
transpire.
I mean, sounds like a maybe authentication objection, maybe.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So you're going to be put to the task of establishing that. Okay. How far away is the Mondo board? Okay, so Mr. Steele had brought a challenge to, and I may be misstating this, but I think
We should be making and storing solar power all over our cities. It's the fastest, cheapest, fairest way to slow the climate crisis.
to the RICO statute, is that right? Or is it not? It could be not right.
I think it's right.
Okay.
For verdict. So the example that, the obvious example that I use in my mind is there's 191 overt acts.
Right.
and let's say overt act, the rental of the Infinity happens on January 7th of 2015. That's the only overt act that's proven. Every other 190 are not proven. There would not be a conspiracy because the overt act is not within 5 years. So my point is, I understand that the conspiracy allegedly continues, and the state of Georgia can put in, if the court permits, different examples of predicate acts and overt acts.
And do you agree that they can put in for consideration overt acts that occurred further back in time than the 5 years?
Yes, the case law says that that's
So
appropriate.
is your argument just that unless at least one of the overt acts that the jury finds, I'm going to have to start over because I can't remember how I started that. Unless at least one of them is within that 5-year statute, then they can't be convicted. That's your argument. Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, I think y'all agree with that. That it didn't sound like, that isn't what I understood your argument to be before, but if that's what your argument is, then yes, I agree. That appears to be the law.
So I'm not hearing that he's asking that 190, that there's a form for, that includes 190 overt acts on the verdict form, because, and this is the reason I'm asking about that, because any relevant information or evidence that is permitted at trial that constitutes an overt act. The overt act does not have to be alleged on the indictment, and we certainly don't, that list that is contained within count 1 has never been represented as an exhaustive list of overt acts. And the overt acts that we introduce at trial don't have to be included in count 1. And if the jury finds, I mean, I understand what Mr. Steele is saying, and I'm not arguing with that last summation that the court gave. But my point is that I understood him to be saying something akin to, I want a special verdict form that includes the overt acts that are listed on the indictment. And I want them to say if they found this one, this one, this one. And if the ones that they find occurred prior to 5 years before the indictment, then they cannot find the defendant guilty of that count 1.
If only the ones they find occurred more than 5 years prior.
Right. That's
then
what
they
I
can't
understood
find
him to
them
be
guilty.
saying. Yes. So
we're all on the same page then.
So as long as we're not talking about listing out the 191, because
we might be talking about listing out the 191, because how can I know whether they found one within the statute unless they say yes or no as to each of them?
Well, they could state, they don't have to, the reason that I would object to putting 191 is that it would limit them to consideration of 191. And if evidence of one that happened, for instance, during the course of this trial is not on the indictment.
It's not. And they can, I mean, we haven't gotten to that, but I would think they can consider that potentially. But if the only thing they find is an overt act is something that occurred post-indictment in the jail, and that's the only thing they find, they can't be convicted because you haven't indicted them for that.
Oh, Your Honor, yes, you can, and I will get that case law for the court.
Okay, well,
but
I'll
definitely
be interested in seeing how they can get convicted of something they weren't indicted for, but okay. I have so much exciting case law to look forward to.
Yes, Your Honor, the court does. They were indicted for conspiracy to commit, to violate the Georgia Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The overt act, that's count 1. The overt acts that are listed in the indictment
It's said, okay, they were indicted for conspiracy and?
For
A and B?
No, they were indicted for conspiracy.
Okay.
And so all the jury needs to find, after they find that there's an enterprise, that there's conspiracy, that people participated in it, only one person has to commit one overt act for the jury to find them guilty of count one. And not by them, I mean all of the
Right.
people that they
As long as
determined
they
were part of
all
the
in the
enterprise.
conspiracy.
Right. So if they find and believe that during the course of this trial, an act that is considered that can constitute an overt act was committed by either one of the defendants, then they have what the law requires to convict each of the defendants that they find participated in or conducted this conspiracy guilty of count one. So the notion that you enumerate 1 through 191 overt acts, and that you limit the jury's consideration to whether or not the overt act that they find the one person committed is within these 191 acts is not an accurate
All right,
statement.
well,
of
give me the law on that. That really wasn't what I was trying to address anyway. But I mean, obviously, we're gonna have to deal with that as well. What I was trying to figure out is whether Mr. Steele was arguing that if it was outside of the 5-year statute, those overt acts either couldn't be considered, which he's not arguing, or couldn't be found, which he's also not arguing. He's just arguing they can't be convicted unless at least one of them is within the statute, which we all agree
If
to.
that's all he's
Okay.
arguing, then I don't have.
That's all he's arguing, but I'm gonna need to know, because you're gonna be arguing against that kind of a jury verdict.
The form.
And that they could find an overt act that occurred subsequent to the indictment and is therefore not contained within the indictment could form the sole basis for them being found guilty. And I'm going to need to know the law on that.
And to be clear, just to make sure that the court understands my position, not just that happened since the indictment. If there's an overt act that's not listed on the indictment that they find did occur, even if it happened pre-indictment, because we did not and do not have to include all of the overt acts committed in furtherance of this conspiracy. So that's the reason I would object to that.
You don't have to object to it. I'm not making a decision right now. I'm just saying I'm going to need the law on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That an overt act not listed at all can be the sole basis for the conviction.
Assuming all the other elements are met, yes. that
Okay.
overt act.
All right.
Yes.
And then I'll find on your Bruton thing, on your Bruton assertions, have you been able to get with the state to see if y'all can work out something redacted?
No, I was going to put it in writing first.
And then get with them? Okay, that's fine.
Well, I wasn't going to get with them, but
Get with someone from the state?
yes.
That's fine. I'm not gonna order you to get with Miss Love on anything.
You know, I
'cause
have an interesting issue on it. If I can just
I know, but he minds getting with you, so,
make a statement, if it just, it'll be in the motion,
okay.
but I find it interesting. So Bruton and then the newest Supreme Court precedent, all this will be in the motion for everyone to see. But as just discussed, the RICO conspiracy in count one,
Mm-hmm.
I can't find a case yet, Your Honor. I will try to make it over the weekend. As soon as I get it, I'll send it to everyone. If I
Okay.
don't have it, though, I invite everybody. But it's the RICO conspiracy, and the Bruton then is not just like I eliminate everything Mr. Williams that Mr. Kendrick said. Anything inculpatory about Mr. Williams, I assume I can't cross-examine Mr. Kendrick, so I put that down the timestamp. I did the same for Mr. Stillwell. We did it together. So it's coming just easy for one motion. But he talks about Mr. Copeland, Mr. Arnold. All these people are supposed co-conspirators.
Right.
Well, according to the law of RICO, I assume, conspiracy, then Mr. Williams could be cleared of everything, but if he's found part of the conspiracy, then the act of Mr. Copeland is a act of Mr. Williams. So I'm having a struggle here. I don't want to, and I put it in here, I don't want to limit my redaction to just Mr. Williams, which I typically would do.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to highlight that.
Okay, well, that'll also be interesting. And that actually is an interesting issue. I'm not being facetious about that, which I kind of was about some of the other ones. Okay, well, to the extent that any of y'all can get your filings made, not that I want to spend my weekend reading it, but I'd rather be prepared for court on Monday than not. So if you get it done before, the middle of the night on Sunday night, please file it and get it to Ms. Hirschfield so that she can get it to me so that I can start reading and digesting and considering it. So I like to be prepared. Okay, so where's the Mondo board?
Your Honor, that's what we're getting, and I keep
Okay.
pausing.
No, I didn't know you had to be the one in charge of
Well, I
getting it. I hope somebody else is wheeling it over.
Someone else is securing it for me.
All right. All right. So y'all always come up with new things. Is there anything new that we need to talk about in our time that we unexpectedly have this afternoon?
Issue, and I've thought about this recently, and it's going to come up, I believe, and that is previously in this trial, individuals who have pled, their plea agreements have been coming into evidence.
Right.
That was over objection.
Mhm.
I'm not sure why that was happening. I don't believe that's proper. And I've got to research it some
So
more.
you raised that a little bit before, and I thought I had basically said there's going to have to be a reason that something from the plea agreement becomes relevant. Like they're now saying that was not a voluntary plea, and then we could go through that.
Okay.
Are there other?
Well,
I mean, no, they should not wholesale. Are you talking about the transcript of the whole colloquy and everything, or the fact that they pled, the conviction?
No, I'm not articulating well. The state, when they had each of these gentlemen plead guilty, they presented them with a plea agreement, which had certain terms and also certain acknowledgements.
Oh, like their deal.
Their deal, but then they also, it lists certain factual acknowledgements that they acknowledge as true, and they initial them.
Sure.
And all this was prepared by the state and then initialed by the accused who pled guilty.
All right, and they were all counseled, right?
And they were all counseled.
Okay.
And those were previously Mr. Murphy, Mr. Walter Murphy. There's been others have testified after entering a plea, and those have come in. Trontavious Stevens? Trontavious Stevens was another one. And their plea agreements are actually in evidence. Mr. Sledge has a plea agreement with these factual acknowledgements. I don't believe, there's two things. Just wholesale, I don't believe it's appropriate that those agreements prepared by the state and initialed by the defendants would necessarily come into evidence. It seems to me it would be the same as a police report coming into evidence. You got live testimony. Why would a written document that summarizes the live testimony come into evidence? So that would be A. But then also, specifically with Mr. Sledge, there's one acknowledgement that he makes, which I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm summarizing. He essentially says either he believes or he has knowledge that people associated with the YSL are responsible for the killing of Donovan Thomas. My understanding is that is not based on anything other than hearsay and what he's heard, as opposed to being a witness or hearing anyone confess to it. That's my understanding from working hard on this case and interviewing witnesses. So I would object if these acknowledgements, if we let the acknowledgements in, if we do that, I would object to I would ask that anything be redacted that's not based on firsthand knowledge, because that's just an end around to hearsay.
Unless he's a co-conspirator and it comes in under the co-conspirator exception.
I'll just put it like this. I have no reason to believe that he
That
received
it
any
would make
co-conspirator
that.
statements, and I have no reason to believe he has firsthand knowledge.
Okay.
So two things, Your Honor, regarding the comparison of the plea agreements to a police report, I would believe is inaccurate. We consistently, if I were to compare it to anything that would be more applicable, it would seem to be a certified, perhaps copy of a conviction along with a transcript of the plea colloquy. In this particular case, the defendants that have pled have, with the advice of counsel and with the benefit of telling the state what they don't understand, having the state actually go through and change things as we have had to do on that factual acknowledgement form so that it is completely accurate. The defendants who've pled are now in a position to either say what they've acknowledged previously under oath on the stand or be impeached by it. And that partly is part of the reason that we've had to introduce
Is
those.
that the way they've been coming in, as prior inconsistent statements or evidence of prior inconsistent statements?
Right. So what we have done generally is we have asked them questions that pertain to maybe one or two. Like we're going down the list of
Right.
questions. And all of a sudden our memory gets fuzzy.
Right.
And all of a sudden we don't know that 3 means not you. It means
Okay.
3 different people. And so at that point where we see that, you know, a person is attempting to conceal
Okay.
information, we bring out the plea colloquy and we ask them to read.
Okay, so you give it to them to offer to refresh their recollection?
No, Your Honor, we believe that that plea colloquy is admissible evidence. It is relevant evidence. There's nothing under 403 that would permit its exclusion. So we offer the the factual acknowledgments that are a part of the plea agreement that they have signed as substantive evidence, as tangible as evidence in this case.
Okay, I think it could be substantive evidence if they basically
get amnesia,
disavow all of those things. 11 say factual acknowledgments that they've made and they disavow one of them, then the whole thing shouldn't come in necessarily. And it sounds like maybe that's what you've been doing.
No,
I don't know.
that's not what we've been doing. Just
Okay.
have them disavow one. What has been happening is insinuations that I wasn't exactly clear. I didn't know what I was reading. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand the meaning of the word is. Things like that have been
Okay.
made on the stand under oath by the defendants who've pled. And
Did y'all take down and record or transcribe or in any way memorialize the back and forth that led to each of these, where they were able to say, I don't understand this, if they didn't understand something?
in some instances, they were actually captured on camera, and not in all instances, but their lawyer was present, and the lawyer served as the go-between to say to us, and we could have, you know, if counsel for any of them needed to come in and proffer as officers of the court how that took place outside of the presence of the jury, we could do that. But in each case, the lawyers, every one of them, have come back and said, he doesn't agree to this, he agrees to this. So that occurred. And again, as in some instances on camera, where we were reading through the factual acknowledgments, or we were reading through the plea agreement as it was being taken, we've been stopped by the defendant at the table.
So I would think that if they are now saying, I didn't understand it, and you have something that shows that they had every opportunity to ask questions, get clarification, and then they, after that, go ahead and sign it, that's the way you impeach their statement on the stand that they don't understand it.
Judge, I am not representing to this court that the only basis for our tendering that exhibit is the fact that they said they didn't understand it. That was one piece of the basis for us tendering those exhibits.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What has happened is that we have had an asserted confusion about what certain acknowledgments meant. There have been insinuations that they have felt pressured, they didn't have enough time, they didn't really know what all they were agreeing to, and we've had cross-examination questions, particularly, did you write this out? Did you put this language in here? These are not your words. And in order to undermine the witnesses' understanding of what they were acknowledging before the jury. And in reality, one, the acknowledgments themselves are a contradiction to this idea that I didn't really make that acknowledgement. However it is that they imply that. It's a contradiction because their initials are right next to it.
Okay.
And as we went through the factual acknowledgments, sometimes on camera, I would ask, is this your initial? Did you understand this? And so forth and so on. So not only is the videotaped version of them being asked, did you understand and do you agree, evidence, and that is relevant and admissible, but the document itself is also very relevant, very admissible, and there's nothing under 403 that we believe would permit its exclusion.
All right, I didn't understand it to be a 403 objection anyway.
Whatever my point only is that there's, to my knowledge at this point, I don't see any reason for excluding, especially not the ones that we've done. The ones that we haven't done.
I'm not going to go unadmit them. Those are done.
I didn't mean to imply that that was what was happening. What I'm saying is that when we tender that exhibit, we have a basis for doing so, and we have a basis for believing it is at that moment admissible. If the court sees something differently, then I expect a different ruling. But as to the assertion by counsel for Mr. Stillwell that they are not admissible, he doesn't think that they're right, they tantamount to a police report, we believe that that is not correct.
I mean, I agree with you on that. Now, there seemed to be some indication from this side of the room while Ms. Love was speaking that either those were not, that it was not coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, or that there was something else I needed to know. I mean, obviously, if it is a prior inconsistent statement and they have established that, then I would think it can come in on that basis.
They were just being admitted as you know, the course of how we're doing things at trial. There was no, to my recollection, no, didn't you sign this on this day? Didn't you say this? It was just kind of, yeah, and this is your plea agreement. We're admitting that into evidence.
All right.
Objection, you know, and then
over objection, if that's the only basis, then I would have to sustain the objection. But obviously, if you sufficiently establish that it's going to be a prior inconsistent statement, then it will be able to come in as substantive evidence. And maybe y'all want to give me Mr. Sledge's beforehand so I can be familiar with it, since it sounds like this might arise as an issue. But
this is my concern specifically, Your Honor. Number 8, and we can certainly provide a copy, Your Honor. Says number 8 on the factual acknowledgments that Mr. Sledge initialed. Defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Okay, I didn't write this. The state wrote this, and Mr. Sledge initialed it. Defendant personally knows. If he personally saw Mr. Stillwell do anything, it should say Mr. Stillwell said it and I saw it. If he personally saw some other person do something, it should say that. But defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates. I don't know what personally knows means, but based on my preparation for this case, that personally knows, he personally knows YSL individuals, alleged individuals on this case were arrested for it.
Right.
But
all right, I think I understand what you're saying. So I mean, does seem like that might be a bit of an issue unless you have a factual basis that you can share either now or at the necessary time to establish that.
Judge, not So that would be an issue. Our position is that would be an issue for Mr. Sharp to cross him on. We spoke with Mr., for instance, Mr. Sledge, through his attorney extensively. If he didn't understand the meaning of personally knows, they literally they corrected areas that were inaccurate. Mr. Counsel for Mr. Stillwell may now say his investigation has shown something contrary to what they put their initials next to on that piece of paper. Our position is he can cross them and he can present it. But the evidence that we have is that this person stated prior to making and entering a plea agreement, he personally knows.
Okay, so I mean, if they have a basis to believe it, because that's what Mr. Sledge told them, then you need to ask him that before you get a document in that he signed that says that, and have him say, nope, I never said that.
That is exactly what, number one, that's what we've been doing. We've asked, did you know, blah, 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 blah. And the court has access to all these recordings. They're all out there in the universe. So the court can see the previous testimony that has been given at trial. And
I don't know if it's all been transcribed yet.
No, I'm saying on video. That camera's been rolling since this trial started. So the actual how it was tendered, I don't even think it automatically shows on black and white.
All right, I'm not going to worry about how other things might have come in the past. I'm just going to take it from here on the things that I'm going to need to rule on. And I think I have given you the parameters under which they would come in, which are essentially the rules of evidence in Georgia.
That's exactly.
Okay. All right. Let's try out Armando board. Thank you. And so would the video show on this as well, or?
Yes, so what we're gonna do is have it playing on Zoom.
Okay.
And having the output being the speakers to the Mondo board.
Okay, that sounds like it might potentially work. And honestly, if all we're going to do at this point is test equipment, we can just adjourn for the day. Is there anything else that we need to or can do before we just go to testing of the equipment? No? Okay. I mean, all right. We're adjourned. Y'all are welcome to hang around and see what you think about the equipment. I think that would be a good idea, but what is this? This is my copy of it.
To everyone a copy of the exhibit list, the state's version of it. This is what I emailed the other day as well. So this is just a copy to help us go through for next week.
All right, so y'all are gonna get together on that also. Yes.
Can I confirm that on Monday and Tuesday, we are here at 12 noon?
Yes, that's correct.
Josh Stein, the Attorney General who eliminated the rape kit backlog, bringing justice to survivors and putting murderers and rapists behind bars. He's the only candidate for governor who has the experience to keep our families safe.
One reason to try
Yo, 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 anybody who's driving, please be safe. If anybody's on their way home, please be safe. Yo, 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 anybody who's driving, please be safe. Pay attention to the road. Who wants to talk about what happened today? Nobody want to talk today? Everybody's so quiet. Somebody else turn and talk to them. No, what happened today was some bull though, because we all knew that. We all knew it when she told the judge, when she told the judge the other day that she was gonna be done by Friday. That was bull. Don't nobody believed that. Like what? All these interviews and stuff you trying to do, like all this time y'all just spent litigating these tapes and calls, and you just started. You talking about you gonna be done by Friday, like that right there is not candid to the court for one, because she never bullshit what she said, but she also wasn't gonna allow the defense to get anywhere inside of the jury's head before they was off of their little break next week. So it was like we knew she was gonna drag it out, but the way they just went about it was just like real stupid. Like the judge knew she wanted the end of the day. Then like you made us sit there and wait all that time for this fucking murder board, and then when they get here, you still gonna tell everybody to go home. Like we could have been gone. Like, but you the main one that talk about. She was the main one talking about how this trial needs to move along and everything needs to be with these fish to see, and that was all right. And granted, I give her credit. She was ready to go with other things. It just wasn't nobody else ready to go. But still, I'm sure they could have found something to do. She didn't even know if the mono bro worked or not. She just was like, I don't even care if it works. Yeah, I know we just sat here and waited all this time for the mono to get here, but yeah, I don't even care if it works. Bye. Oh, like, man, this is a waste of the court's time. Yeah, absolutely, Mookie. Absolutely. They just showing up now. Just because they obligated to. But that's why I was banking on them being like, so irritated with everything that when they were asked, that would have been the opportunity to like get out of things. But I would have been like, no, I can't forget no testimony. No, I remember all of it. Every last bit of it. Just to get out of it. Like those a lot of those jurors had already lost their jobs behind this. Like they're not making no money. They plan to be in court for a day, then it's it's just too much. Too much. I feel like the jury's already tainted, the case is already tainted. Like fruit of the poisonous tree. Everything is tainted now. And the more you try to patch it up with band-aids, the worse it gets. It's like this. It's like a wound. This case is like a wound. It keeps getting infected. You just keep trying to not worry about it and patch it up, and like it's just keep getting worse day by day. But so the jury is about to be out for 10 days. So that's 10 days that they got whatever, to whatever extent of Woody's testimony they even retained to begin with. They have it in their head for the next 10 days. I agree with everybody else. The jury is absolutely gone. They checked out a long time ago. We just going through the motions at this point. There's no way they're gonna remember all of this stuff. It doesn't matter how much stuff they send back there. Like, there's just no way. Yeah, I know they can't get fired, but yeah, 10 days look at YouTube. That's exactly what I'll be doing. Even if you don't look at YouTube, this stuff pops up when you unlock your phone. Like it pops up when you're not even looking for it because it's a high profile case. Like, and how can you expect 12 to 15? Because then they had the backup jurors, but how can you expect 12 to 15 grown people not to look at social media for 2 years plus to whenever with such a high profile case? Like, yeah, out of here. It's just not possible. Like, they talk about this shit on the radio. You can't tell these people they can't listen to the radio. I mean, I guess you can, but like, no. In the ideal world, yes, it would have been great to sequester the jury, but you can't sequester the jury for 2 years. Like, you can't do that. So that's like it was all about. They shouldn't have brought it like this. This RICO with everybody together. Like when they decided to do the RICO with everybody together, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. And the times that I've heard people from the jury speak, they sounded young as I don't know. They sound like they leave the courthouse listening to thugs. Like, that's crazy. The zesty juror that's up there on the internet looking is, but see, and then think about it. Even if it's not an actual juror looking at YouTube, there's somebody's family that knows what they're doing. Being on a jury like this interrupts your life too much for somebody in your family not to know what you're doing. And yeah, you're not supposed to talk about it with them, but you don't really have to. They just know that you're on the jury or whatever. So just because they know you're on the jury, they might be having conversations about it in passing with other people, and then they learn information, and then they inadvertently come in and tell you like, oh, you see the new judge in the case, what you know, how you like the new judge? Yeah, we heard about what happened to the old judge, and then you sitting there like, what happened to the old judge? It's like they bound to find out all of this stuff. It's impossible to believe that they're not already tainted. Yeah, their family is talking to them about it. Like, mama, that trial that you be sitting in all day, let me tell you what happened. It's all over IG. Like, come on. You just got volunteered information that you didn't even want. But it landed right. I mean, it's impossible. And then there's Donald Trump. He talked about it on the Aiden Ross show. He was like, oh, I heard Young Thug's not getting a fair trial or whatever. And hate it or love him, he got influence. So, but they're never ready though. They're never ready. All of Love's homework was due by Friday. I remember distinctly the day that the judge told her by Friday. I remember it. And I don't think it was one of these time specificities or anything, but I remember it being Friday. So she should have been prepared to turn in her homework today, regardless of what time it was, whether it was 12, 5, midnight, whatever. She was never ready, yo. I'm surprised we ain't seen a lot of motions come through. from the defense this week. Because wasn't she, because they were supposed to turn over all of the discovery by last weekend, right? Yeah, last Friday. By Monday. She was supposed to have them the discovery by then. So I wonder, was there anything in there that, I mean, I didn't really hear too much else about that. But I'm just surprised we haven't seen too many motions from the defense this week. That's what we turned in today? Okay. Because she definitely didn't answer that question when she was asked whether early discovery. She was like, huh? What's that? What's that? Like, man, you are the district attorney. Like, but the defense, I said, I'm surprised we haven't seen too many motions from the defense. But at the same time, if I was on the defense, like, on one hand, I wouldn't even want to file any motions because why? Ain't nothing gonna happen. Nothing happens with any of the motions that we have filed so far. Motions that in any other courthouse would have caused something to happen have gone nowhere. So what's the point? Like, I mean, I'd be deflated, but I get they have to because they got this certain stuff they just have to put on the record just for appellate's sake. So when it gets to appellate court, it was on the record that, hey, we wasn't down from this from the beginning. Yeah, Laugh, we ain't heard from you. We haven't heard from you this week. No pressure, though. Absolutely no pressure, but get that money, Laugh. Get that money. What time is closing? Like 9 o'clock or like 10 o'clock? I remember when I was manager at Victoria's Secret and I would have to close, like that would be the worst, y'all. Because like the mall would close at like 9:30 or whatever. So for the most part, we start like closing up and like cleaning up around 8:30. Well, we did when I was working anyway, because I didn't play that. But it was just the stuff you got to deal with. Like working customer service and retail is a gift and a skill, because it will test and try your patience so hard. Like, on a whole nother level. I'm not shopping here anymore. Good, fine, don't. I don't give a damn. You leave at 9:30. Oh, okay. I'm telling you, man, customers are drive you crazy, yo. Like what? Stuff that you and then the ultimate test of your patience is working Black Friday. That's the ultimate test of your patience. And I took my head out to myself because I worked Black Friday when I worked at Walmart one time and working at the mall, and both of them sucked. For real, you're right. So it's like you gotta put on a fake face so much. Like you gotta be fake your whole shift. Okay. Well, all I got was my vape right now though. But same thing. I think I might want to do that on my other page though. Not like this page. No left. The jury's off. Well, I don't know if the lawyers are gonna be there Monday. Are the lawyers gonna be there? Like, are they gonna be there arguing in front of the cameras so everybody can see it on Monday? And it's just that the jurors are gonna be out, or is everything out? I missed that. Oh, they are coming back Monday. Okay. Yeah. So we'll be here. I'll be here. Yeah, the jury's off all next week. They had already got it off when Glanville was in there, so it was already predetermined or whatever. That's why. That's why the judge ending court like she did. I mean, like I said, we knew Hylton was gonna drag it out anyway, but it's kind of like, man, they do not want the defense to get a hold of Woody. Yo. They are prolonging the defense getting a hold of Woody on purpose because they know the questions that Steele is gonna ask Woody, and Woody get frustrated enough, he get to talking and popping off at the mouth and all that. Yeah. Really get to talking about what they did to him. Stuff they don't want the jury to hear. Stuff they've been trying to hide behind the scenes. I can see that happening, but they don't want. They know that the defense is eventually gonna get a hold of it, but they are prolonging it. I feel like we've been looking at the same interview all week. I mean, I know. I mean, I guess it's been different ones. I mean, yeah, I know it's been different ones. It just feels like we've been looking at the same videos all damn week. Like, bet when she was questioning him, it felt like she was asking the same questions over and over again. He wouldn't do that. She asked the same questions over and over again in a different way. Even if somebody object to the way that she asked a question, she just repeats it. She repeats the question. She just asks it in a different way. Like it's the same exact question though. And anybody barely calls her out on it. So I feel like I just feel like this was done strategically. And I feel like I don't know what damn side the judge is on. But I need her to catch the hell up though. I think that it might be a long time just because of they are gonna drill him about being a liar. Like he's gonna get drilled about being a liar. How can we trust anything you say? Were you lying then or are you lying now? What's the truth? Was it the truth now or was it the truth later? We don't know when to believe you. Like, and the defense is gonna want to point that out because it brings doubt into the jury's mind because the jury they can't the reasonable doubt, and it brings doubt into their mind because this man he lies, and he's put several crimes on several people, all willy-nilly for no reason. Just voluntarily he has put crimes on other people. How can we believe anything you say? Like, so I think the defense, like that part is gonna take the shortest amount of time. But now their whole strategy has been revamped to tie in this ex parte meeting because they want to bring out to the jury that he was somehow coerced into his testimony. I mean, and I guess as they should. I mean, like I said, we all know that the jury probably know already, but that's what the defense wants to do. They want the jury to know that the witness was coerced by the judge and the prosecution, and it was covered up until it couldn't be covered up no more. And that's why the judge is not the judge anymore. And still wants that to come out. The judge does not. She doesn't want him to say anything disparaging about the judge. She told him that he can ask about Hylton and about the things that Hylton told him, but she said, I'm not protecting the judge. She said that nobody accused her of doing that. She said that. That's kind of like my son. He'll be in the kitchen and I'll walk in and say, "What you doing?" And he'll be like, "I'm not getting cookies." Okay, well, I didn't say you was getting cookies, so you're telling me yourself. Okay, so she said earlier, I'm not protecting Judge Glanville. I mean, yeah, it kind of sounds like you are. So Steele is gonna work that's between Steele and Sharp and Ron, because Witty's testimony unfortunately affects everybody. So everybody's lawyer is gonna be on top of making sure that the jury knows we can't trust anything this man says. Like the reasonable doubt has to be there. You have to have wondered why you've been out 2 months in the middle of trial. And it's got something to do with this witness because when we came back, the judge's specific instruction was to disregard anything from this witness from this specific time. Like, how the hell are they supposed to know that? How the hell is the jury supposed to know? Okay, we're supposed to disregard Witty's testimony from Wednesday at 3 o'clock on and shit like that. Like, come on. Yeah, I think she's on this. Yeah, I do too. And unfortunately, the defense can't really say or do anything about it anymore because they're going to be accused of judge shopping. I mean, because the prosecution has already accused them of judge shopping. Um, Even though I don't call getting one judge accused judge shopping. He was doing some things he shouldn't have been doing. But if they were to bring it up again after they fought so hard to get a new judge and got a new judge. If they ever bring it up again, they would get accused of judge shopping. Like every time a judge doesn't do what you want him to do, you won't judge out. Like so, they unfortunately they're gonna have to ride with Giggles, with Judge Giggles. They're gonna have to they're gonna have to ride with her and just hope that they can get through to the jury. Like if they can get through to the jury, then Judge Giggles can, she can be on Fanny's side. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. And they had that man step in earlier this week, I guess, to argue for them that this case is a waste of time. It's a waste of time, but like I said, if we didn't have this case, we would be bored at the moment. So I mean, but I don't want to say it like that because these men's lives are not entertainment. So you know, and most judges used to be prosecutors. Like most judges used to. I think if you're a judge, you kind of have done both. You've been a prosecutor and you worked on the defense side. You have experience with both. That's what is makes you qualified to be a judge. I think. I mean, I'm not saying it's a requirement, but I think most of them have done both sides at some point. And it's weird because you really would make more money being a defense attorney than a judge sometimes because the judge is a state, that's a state job or whatever. Like, I think that lead attorney looked up. Judge Glanville makes like $100 and something $1,000 a year. Yeah, 6 figures, but it ain't. It, there are defense lawyers making millions of dollars, like Brian Steele. Like Brian Steele was $1 million attorney. No cap, no kizzy, whatever it was they said. He is $1 million attorney. But when you work for the state, you make that income and that income only, and then a lot of those positions are elected positions. So it's like a lot. I feel like when people, I don't know. It's like when people going to be judges, are they doing it because to say they've been a judge, to heighten their career, or to toot their own horn? Because it's not for the money. So it's either for the accolades or because they really, I guess, just love justice. But it's definitely not the money. Because judges, that's like I said, it's a state job. You're a good defense attorney. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what kind of case it is, a defendant is gonna pay you whatever they gotta pay you to get them out of going to jail. Because people care about their freedom that much, so they're gonna prioritize that. So a defense attorney is gonna make the money regardless. And the fact that the Constitution says everybody has a right to an attorney, they gonna make the money regardless. Amugi, I agree. That opening statement was trash, trash, trash. The rules of the jungle. Girl, if you don't sit your, like, what are you talking about, ma'am? What? I mean, I know what she's talking about, but no. It didn't give what it was supposed to give. It didn't. And then, not even just that, the whole PowerPoint was wrong. Remember the first day of court? Court stopped for like 2-3 hours because her PowerPoint had so many errors in it. Stuff that the judge had already ruled on should not, that should be out, that the jury shouldn't hear. Like, her PowerPoint was full of errors, and court had to stop. The jurors had to go back to their jury box for like 2-3 hours. The very first day of trial, still asked for a mistrial. The very first day of trial, like, it has been tainted from the very beginning. I was watching this short on YouTube, and it was like talking about a brawl or something that had broke out in the courtroom, where some defendant was getting removed. A fight. It was something that had went on, and I think Love had accused the defense of causing a disturbance on purpose or something like that. Like, I'm like, yo, this case, and I don't think I was watching this case at that time. But I was like, wow, it's really been wild from the start. I was watching by the time I was watching before, like, while they was doing the motion and stuff, like, before, like, day one and on day one. But when this had happened, I hadn't remember seeing that. I don't know when that was. They've been in jail so long. Hell, I don't know. But at least we'll have something to watch on Monday. If the attorneys are going to be in court and with their clients, if they're going to be doing like motions and stuff, at least we'll have that to see on Monday. But it's definitely got to be a blow to their case to have the judge call the witness not credible. Like, if I was a judge, I would ask, why is this witness is not credible? Why are we, like, she could have put a stop to this a long time ago. I guess that's what's wild. It's not like a issue where she didn't have discrepant. You know what I'm talking about. She's had the power to stop this stinking shit for a while. But that's what politics do to people. It turn them crazy. Politics make people do things that they probably would never ordinarily do. Yep. I really just can't wait till I mean, I hate to even say it like that. But I can't wait till Diddy get locked up. But I mean, low key, that's what I mean, though. I don't like wish jail on nobody, but I've always believed that he like. I've always believed in the stories. Like you kind of when Cassie came out with her lawsuit, like I read it. I read her lawsuit, and it was too detailed for it to be bull. I I I had experience with domestic violence, and I know people who have experience with domestic violence, and her lawsuit was way too detailed for it to be bull. I never thought Cassie was lying. Now I was disappointed. I was highly disappointed in when she settled like the very next day because it made it seem like it was about the money. Like this came out and he finally settled, and now you dropped the case. Like I was kind of disappointed when she settled, but I kind of understood it at the same time. Cassie was at the time like when it was and is a new mom, like, and I was just thinking from the mom point of view, like if this lawsuit would have went all the way, a lot of things would have been revealed that you may not want revealed. Because your kids got to grow up one day, and your kids are gonna hear like what came out in the initial lawsuit was bad enough. But once we all know once it's on the internet, it's on the internet. And if what happened in real life was worse than what happened on the lawsuit paper, then like no, you don't want that. You don't want that to be something that your kids have to grow up to read about on the internet. So yeah, you're gonna pay me enough money to where I live a comfortable life, and I'm not feeling guilty about putting about not putting my kids through that at the expense of justice. Make me forget that. Yeah, you're gonna pay me to make me forget that. And think about it. Diddy also he got daughters. He got two. His daughter. I mean, they're not young, but they're fairly young. So a lot of stuff was gonna come out that Diddy wouldn't want his daughters to and they grown enough to get to pop up on their phone like the rest of us. They in there grown. They young. They in the middle. And so a lot of stuff was gonna come out about him that he wouldn't want his daughters to know. So yeah, I can see why they settled immediately, but I always believed that. I never thought she was lying. It was just way too detailed And I had just heard other stories over the years. I always believed that he had something to do with Pac's death. I always believed that. I always knew. I don't know. I just always believed that he had something to do. I mean, it's kind of like we all knew it. There was just never a way to actually really prove it. And then once everything died down at the expense of those two artists, it was kind of like he the one that came out on top and became an actual billionaire. And I'm sure thought that his money could buy people's silence. Money can't buy people's silence for that long. Because I think that hotel video of him dragging Cassie, if I heard correctly, he paid $50,000 to keep that under wraps. Oh yeah, but that was 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. However long it was, 50,000 ain't nowhere near the same value wise now. Everything is expensive now. You can't buy my salads, but for so long, and 50,000 was a very low number at the time. Like because Diddy has always had the money. No, he would have had to give me more than that. But I always believe her. Like, but lock him up. Lock him up. Why is Trey Songz out? Lock him up. Why is Trey Songz out? How many more stories do we gotta see? How many more lawsuits do we gotta see? Why is Trey Songz walking around with? Okay, and yes, I understand. He's innocent until he's proven guilty. I get it. But come on. It's like how people felt about Michael Jackson. Everybody just gonna keep saying the same thing and something ain't true. Like at some point it's like, wait a minute, nigga. Everybody just ain't making up shit. Everybody just ain't saying the same thing over and over again. And there don't be no truth to it. Like I felt that way about R. Kelly, but the thing with R. Kelly is those girls weren't like chained to the wall and with a padlock on the door with no free will to come and go. Those girls weren't chained to the wall. They had freedom to come and go as they please. They had freedom to. After I watched that Lifetime documentary, that's what I got from that. I was like, oh, so they weren't like held captive or nothing. Like, so they could have left. Yes, R. Kelly is wrong. Absolutely, 100%. Let's not get it twisted. But they could have left. You say, excuse me. You say they could have left, and they didn't leave. Oh. I mean, we got stories where there have been girls found in these houses, literally locked in a room, literally chained to the wall, locked in a room. But we're great if they so happen to escape that room. When they get to the front door, that's padlocked from the outside in, and like they can't. There's no way to get through that. All the windows got chains on them. Like there's some women that are kidnapped and literally cannot go anywhere. But these women were able to come and go as they please. And I think I just have a problem with that they didn't take any accountability for their actions. Like, and then some of the parents was like taking their 16-year-old to be backstage with R. Kelly at a concert. Why are you doing this? First of all, you already know the reputation that he got when it come all the way back down to Aaliyah. So why are you taking your 16-year-old daughter backstage just to go for an R. Kelly concert? Why are you taking your daughter to the so-called studio at 3 o'clock in the morning? to sit with R. Kelly alone. You dropped off by you because you thought that R. Kelly was a stand-up guy and was going to turn your child into a star, and you was going to get some of that money. Your child was going to become a star, and so on, so on, so on, so on. But when R. Kelly turned out to be a jackass and was basically using those girls for sex toys, and no careers were being made, and nobody was getting rich, then it was, oh, where's my daughter? You know where your daughter is. Where you dropped her off at? You dropped her off there. She's just not making any money. And then you want your daughter to come back home. But now she's brainwashed by this sick piece of shit. But you dropped her off. That's my thing on R. Kelly. I guess absolutely R. Kelly was wrong. Let's just get that out first and foremost. But I just always stand by the fact that the parents should have taken some accountability for their actions as well. Because they dropped their kids off with R. Kelly. What did you expect? I mean, I know you didn't expect that, but why didn't you expect that? Like, the entertainment industry is a cutthroat world. Who's in here? Who's in here? Who's in here? Somebody say hello. All right, well, since anybody talking to me, then I'm gonna go ahead and get about this thing. Join the real life for a little while. Edit some videos. You guys be sure to check out some of my videos. I got a lot more shorts and I got long videos, but I'm working on catching up on that. But just check out both of them either way. Give me a like. Let me know how you feel about the video. I'm just kind of shining light on things that happen across the African American communities that don't really get the media attention that it deserves. Skin color definitely plays a factor in that. And I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's just real life or whatever. So, but I want to get more into storytelling a lot sooner, like like finding different stories maybe that have already happened. It might be a cold case, whatever, but just more on a storytelling level. Pretty soon. But just be sure to check out my videos. Let me know how you feel about them. And I guess I'll see you guys for court on Monday morning. I didn't know. I didn't hear her say what time. Probably 8:45. But anyway, have a good weekend.